Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm Ada K, and I'm a criminal justice major and your deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning. Here we are. Yay! We made it. Yay! We are in the Bianca Ellis trial. They've already started. I wanted to give a little breathing room because of the format. Just is not making me a happy person. I'll be honest with you on that one. So let's do a quick overview and quit it, Facebook. I guess we're going to remove you. Facebook is giving me hell. So I removed it. Okay. Let my mods and all of us get into the same page. I know it and horrible. All right, real quick, let's get a quick rundown on Bianca Ellis. Now, this is a very sensitive trial because a child's life is involved. So I just wanted to inform you guys of that. I forgot to put this up. My bad. Go to my channel. I'm sorry. I always have my monitoring live up so I can see if there's a problem. All right. So Ellis is charged with 10 felony counts, including aggravated attempted red rum, endangering a child, tampering with evidence, and misdemeanor theft. Her plea not guilty by reason of insanity, NGRI. The alleged crime, we saw the video, it's not alleged. The actual crime happened on June 3rd of 2024. Prosecutors contend that she stole 2 knives from a Volunteer of America thrift store, then followed Margaret Wood and her son Julian, who was riding in a cart, out of the Giant Eagle grocery store, where she stabbed Julian in the face and in the back, unaliving him, and stabbed Margaret. Margaret did survive. In the early proceedings, she was found incompetent to stand trial, but after 5 months of treatment, she was deemed competent, i.e., they drugged her up well. So much of the witness testimony, we have Officer Danielle Schnook was working the police records, came in a wheelchair and suitcase, retrieving property. She said Ellis became, why am I having problems with this? Stop. There we go. There we go. I got it now. Sorry. So Ellis was in a wheelchair with a suitcase and she was cooperative, but when she approached her, the officer said she had multiple warrants and they arrested her. She went along very peacefully. Diane Sphere, Volunteer of America store, testified she saw Ellis at the store that day holding the knives, and the store had price tags on those knives. She described Ellis as angry and distraught and noted Ellis didn't pay for the knives. Hello. Why didn't you report it? Jonathan Rasto had comments, heard commotion and screaming and saw Ellis walking away very nonchalantly, with no care in the world, as he stated. He saw hands moving behind an SUV, but didn't directly see the stabbing. The detective Manuel Ramon presented the jurors a walkthrough of the surveillance video of her walking through the grocery store. The thrift store, selecting the knives and entering the store and following the victim. Matthew Stroud said he heard screaming, saw a woman stabbing a mother and child, saw the bloody knife in motion. He followed Ellis until police arrived and said Ellis walked casually away, swinging the knife as if it was a prank. And she was walking in the park. I know, y'all. Griffin, school up, don't know, was on their break. He ran towards the scene. He saw the woman standing over a child and holding a knife. He testified that Ellis was smiling. He and his girlfriend followed Ellis, called 911. Cheryl Milinsky ran to help, assisted the child, reported airway full of blood, no detectable pulse. Rachel Carvin heard screams, saw the crowd, helped perform CPR on the child. Kevin Kohler stopped shopper at the Giant Eagle grocery store, heard someone scream, "There's a stabbing," saw Ellis carrying a knife with fresh blood. Sergeant Luke Patry, don't know, first officer on scene, found child apparently deceased, observed injuries in the back, shoulder, face, took crime scene photos, and processed the evidence. Officer Oliver Wilcott spotted Ellis after the dispatch. So the demeanor of the defendant seems very interesting in this case, very nonchalant, very calm, very almost disengaged and disattached from emotions. The defense is putting forth an insanity or defense, emphasizing her mental health, claiming she was off of her medication and that she has a history of schizophrenia. Opening statements indicated that defense will argue that the trial is about whether she was legally insane at the time, not whether she committed the acts. They concede she committed the acts, but she is mentally incompetent or not guilty by reason of insanity. Surveillance and video evidence showed the entire incident from stem to stern. Third-party witnesses are able to put her there, witness the stabbing, witness her walking away, witnesses there to discuss and to share her behavioral patterns. We are having a limited access to the testimony. According to the reporting, the court is restricting full public live streaming or viewing of the entire witness testimony until after the trial's closing arguments. So we may be watching this trial from beginning to end after the closing arguments. All right, now we're getting ready to get into court. I want to thank Aaron and Miss June, Teresa, hello it Britt, Evangeline, and Nightbot. Thank you guys all for being here. Let's go to court. Let me get the court up and running. I wanted to have a little bit of a Zoom room because we need it. Okay, let's get into. By the way, you will see some disturbing behavior with her walking with a knife. If it is disturbing to you and you are struggling, feel free to step away. You can leave it running in the background if you wish, but step away. Hi, Joe Schmo. I didn't do anything, but if I did, I would have definitely not be guilty by reason of insanity. Yeah, well, she very well may be.
To Court TV Live, I'm Julie Grant. We're in Cleveland, Ohio, broadcasting the trial over the death of 3-year-old Julian Wood. He was stabbed to death in the parking lot of a busy grocery store. The woman who stabbed him is Bianca Ellis. She's on trial right now. And this isn't a question of who done it. Her attorneys are conceding that she did this. But what they're not conceding is the level of legal liability. She's pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. And that doesn't mean that she should walk free if the jury finds that. No, she would be committed to a state mental institution where she would serve time there and be treated as part of the sentence. But the prosecution doesn't believe that she was insane at the time. They believe she knew right from wrong. So what will the jury find? Well, we're still hearing from eyewitnesses in the case, setting the scene on that dreadful day. Right now, there's a witness who saw the stabbing event happen. He described it to the jury, and he looked back. He was like he was holding back a lot of emotions. Now it's time for him to be cross-examined. Let's go back in.
You indicated that you confronted Miss Ellis, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you confronted her, how far away were you from her?
Right next door.
Right next to her?
In my car.
Feet? 2 feet?
Probably from me to the court reporter.
And when you said to her, when you know that you stabbed that boy, and she shrugged her shoulders, you were right next to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why, and that being such important information, that you did not include that in your written statement when you had this conversation with the police?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Is there a reason why what you testified to here today regarding Bianca saying so, shrugging her shoulders, and you confronting her, why didn't you include that in your statement on the day that the police interviewed you?
Am I allowed to read my statement?
Let me do one better. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you your statement. Yeah, we'll mark it.
Mr. Bush?
Yes, sir.
All I want you to do is to read it to yourself, and then when you're done, let me know. So
Yes, sir.
no comments about it, just read it, and then I'll have Mr. Mackin ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you had a chance to read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is that your signature, sir?
Yes, sir.
That is your statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So point to the part of the statement where you indicate that you confronted Bianca and she shrugged her shoulders after you having said, you know, you stabbed that kid.
It's not in there.
Okay.
I was pulled over by a
Well,
officer. I'm sorry.
he's going to ask questions.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. They did give you an opportunity to write out your observations, correct?
Yes, sir. Pretty brief, but
And to me, that's the most important thing that you testified to here today is that she verbally responded to you without the audio saying so. She mouthed the word so.
yes, sir.
You confronted her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's not in your statement, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. Have you been following this case since it's been in the news?
Not really. I don't really watch it.
Okay. You don't watch TV?
I got other things to do.
Okay. You also indicated that at some point, right after the stabbing, she began to walk past. Do you recall stating that?
A little bit faster, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why in your statement you indicated that she slowly walked away toward Dover Center?
While she was over on the other aisle, she was walking slower, but as she was getting away from the initial stabbing, she was walking a little bit faster.
Why isn't that in your statement then?
As I said, sir, I was pulled away.
Okay. So you also indicated that you saw Miss Ellis fall down. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that the police confronted her,
Yes, sir.
but you couldn't hear what was going on.
No,
And when you say she fell down, are you saying that she laid down, or are you saying that she fell?
she laid down. She laid down.
Okay. You're indicating, I think you're about to say that you had another conversation with another officer at some point in time?
There was, yes, another officer had kind of asked me what did I see, and I think I just got distracted and just put this down, and I went and answered his questions, and that was it.
Okay. You don't recall who the other officer was?
I don't.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Your Honor, may I take one moment?
You can.
What do you think of the cross so far? Let's bring in our legal analyst guest to see what he thinks. Attorney Matt Roberts on the show with us. Matt, your thoughts on what counsel's doing with this witness?
Well, it's kind of interesting, Julie, because again, there's no question here that the defendant committed this act. So going after this witness and trying to suggest that maybe he didn't tell the police something and maybe he's saying something now, I don't see how that really benefits the defense. And if anything, the situation he's describing really goes to what would be useful for the defense, that her reaction is not what you would expect or hope from a person that's just stabbed somebody. The sort of shrugging and no big deal or whatever type of attitude really helps the defense. So it's kind of puzzling why you would do this. This is a person who's clearly suffered trauma, and I just don't understand why you would go after him in this manner if that's the defense. So
Right. I'm with you, Matt. It's almost one of those opportunities where I could see him saying, thank you for the opportunity, Your Honor. No cross is necessary, and just sit down, score some points, because as you said, this is a lay witness, has no interest in the case. He didn't want to be dragged into this. He's clearly traumatized. And if you want to save your juice for the mental health issue in that question, I would think that he might earn some points with the jury by not going hard on lay witnesses. It seemed like he was kind of picking apart what was in the statement, not in the statement. And yeah, that's a little tough, huh, Matt?
yeah, it's kind of puzzling. I don't understand it. The challenge for the defense in this case is not trying to suggest that she didn't commit this act. Obviously, it's to generate whatever level of sympathy you can for the defendant by claiming that she has this mental illness and attacking a person who's doing the best he can under the circumstances. And people seem to think that, or certainly defense attorneys believe that whenever a witness talks to a police officer, they have to say everything that happened and the police officer has to write it all down. And it just doesn't happen that way in reality. And I think most jurors accept that. So this is a different tactic than I would expect for somebody who's trying to claim that the person was just insane. Like you said, get up, maybe don't ask any questions, or maybe highlight the bizarre parts of it and move on.
Right. That's another good point too, Matt. Maybe just a couple questions about, she appeared nonchalant after this, right? And she had that big bloody knife in her hand, right? So like kind of make her, if your point is that she was crazy at the time and just completely out of her mind, then ask those questions that support that. A great analysis as always. Matt Roberts, thank you so much. Stand by, please. We'll hit a break as we're coming up on the bottom of the hour. When we come back, we're going to hear from another state witness. We're on witness number 13. In this case happening in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. That is the greater Cleveland area. And there is the defendant, Bianca Ellis.
Okay, guys, we have another case that's popped, and I'm trying to get it lined up. I think what we're going to do is follow the other case when we can. I'm trying to get my thumbnail and all of the images and everything set up. So give me a quick minute. Um, I'm trying to get everything I need lined up for this other case. Is it already popped? Looks like it has. Um, so this, well, I think June and I have been talking, and I think what we're going to do is we are going to put this other case on the back burner because of the way it's being filmed. Don't worry, we're still going to follow it. We're still going to do everything. But what I think I'm going to do is use it for my breaks or look at it during break time. The reason is because there's just not enough footage for me to justify doing an all day with a 30,000 freaking commercial breaks and waste our time when there's another case out there that I think that we can watch. And what we'll do is we'll throw this case in during the breaks. How about them apples? Oh, come on. I'm trying to I'm trying to create everything on the fly and it's just not really it's not happening as fast as I want it to. This takes a lot of um work behind the scenes. So I'm looking for pictures of the victim in this case. No, that's not them. I may not have a victim. Okay, this is going to be a simple cover. It's just going to be a simple cover today, and then I can fix it later. Y'all, this is a lot of work to try to put on these cases. So, and this is, I'm trying to find out what all of the, I love it when I get things, but it throws me. Okay, that's what it is. This kind of looks like a, maybe like a Sarah Boone trial. Remember when Sarah Boone, when she went, well, this one said, you'll be fine. Yeah, I'm going to read all of it in a second. Give me a minute. I guess, you know what? To entertain y'all, I am going to share screen so you can see what I'm doing. All right, so this way you guys can get an idea of why I'm distracted. I am putting my thing together. You'll be fine. So people wonder how I do this, so here you go. Change colors. Get me a deep red. Why didn't you change colors? You're supposed to change. Stop it. Obey me. Be obedient, dear one. People, this is a lot to swim. Life, glorious life. No, I don't. But I may bring this forward. How about if I do this? So what do y'all think about this process, y'all? People have no idea how much work these little things take. Florida versus Daily. There we go. Live. And then I get to put my name and we'll go live. And then we'll go live. Live with Ada K. I'm sorry, I'm really frantic trying to get this done. It is not easy. Give me this, give me this, give me this, give me that, give me that, give me that. There. Okay, this is where we're going to leave this one for now. And then we're going to go live. So I'm just stay here. What we're going to do is I'm just going to switch all the information. I'm just going to switch all the information. And then that way, there we go. Okay, so we're going to switch over to that trial. Give me a minute. And then while we're switching, I'm going to give you a rundown on what has happened. How about them apples? Let me get back over here. I'm going to take this down. Put me back up. Okay. So here's a quick rundown, and then I'm going to change all the details in the feed. But right now, we're going to. No, I don't want that. I want. That. Okay, so here we go. Her name is Daisy. Link reported age at the recent article. Various report says she's between 29 and 30 years old, although her exact age has not been reported. Currently in custody at the Turner Guilford Knight Correctional Center, TGK, in Miami-Dade County. Charges secondary redrum. State alleges she shot and unalived her partner. Why does that not surprise me that she shot and unalived her partner? Defense is moving towards dismiss, raise self-defense, stand your ground, which the judge has denied. Gained national attention after becoming pregnant while in jail. DNA tests and reports indicate the baby's father is another inmate. That's the little rubbery tube that's full with human liquid and then transported through the toilet system and then inserted, self-inserted, joyful way to get pregnant. This is unusual. Jail pregnancy prompted an internal investigation of the Miami-Dade Correction Facility. The victim is Pedro Jimenez, identified as a partner of hers. The incident happened on June 25th of 22. The lead shooting occurred in Link's home per reporting. Surveillance and ring camera video from the scene is widely reported and is cited by the judge as a key piece of evidence. The video reportedly shows Link holding a weapon and later walking away from the scene. The audio from those audio and video recorded statements made by the defendant right after the lead shooting was reported and, quote, reported. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. The judge cited Link's demeanor after the lead shooting, calm and joking when denying the stand your ground motion. Defense argues the history of B abuse as a Link acted in fear for her life. Judge denied. So, Joan DePaz, another inmate, reported that the media as a biological father of Link's child. He and Link were both being held in separate red room. Charges reported describes how the two inmates communicated through vents, toilet talk as well, I'm sure, passing material that resulted in her becoming pregnant. Baby juice. DePaz case reported the first degree redrum charge was reported to have a trial date of May 25. Here's the timeline. June 25th of 22 reported unaliving Daisy Link's home in Homestead. The victim, identified as Pedro Jimenez, was fatally unalived, of course, 2022. Shortly after June 25th, Link was arrested and charged with public reporting. Notes that she had been in custody since 22 for second degree redrum. 23 indicates the event that led to the jailed pregnancy began while both inmates were in custody. Accounts that the baby juice was passed through the vent and Link became pregnant while in jail. Link gave birth to a daughter while in custody. The child is reportedly placed with the maternal grandmother or the other inmate's family, depending on the report. The baby was born in June of 2024. In August, they reported the birth that happened in June. So their local in February 24. Local NBC Miami highlighted surveillance video showed Link walking away from the unaliving. And February 7th of 24 to early 25, multiple court proceedings have happened. So that is where we are in this case. So we're going to go ahead and switch over. I'll switch all of the stuff. I'll edit the video. In the meantime, let's do this and get going. Oh, are you kidding? Please, let's say we got captioning. Yes, Brooklyn. Okay, Brooklyn, just
I can't
FYI,
connect to the Wi-Fi network. You might want to check the connection settings in the Google Home app.
I didn't ask you. Brooklyn, the problem is New York normally does not allow videos in courtrooms, so that will be, I may be following it, but we may not be doing lives. We'll see. If they provide a live court feed, then that's very plausible that we will.
Well, I think the state's the one that's gonna plan on introducing the statement. state wants to make a decision, no, we can do it now.
Yeah, I would object to any reference to him not having parental rights because there is zero evidence of that. I've not been provided any signatories, any documents, any testimony, nothing to say that he did not have parental rights.
Do you have a good faith basis to say that?
I do. I've been advised not only by my client, but multiple other people, and I truthfully believe them. I don't have the document. I'm trying to get it, but I have a good faith belief that it's true. And also, I wouldn't be admitting to a jury that my client was about to commit parental kidnapping. I believe that she was intending to because she believed that she was legally able to do so.
But again, he doesn't have it. And so, and if he doesn't have it, we don't know if it's going to be produced. We're making promises that don't exist at this point in time. And again, who other than the defendant is going to say this? There's been zero testimony of that in any deposition. And more importantly, that document, as of right now, does not exist.
Understood, but I can't stop them from saying what they want to say in openings. Talk to your client, Mr. Gomez. If either side overpromises to this jury, as we know from tradition, jurors may be expected what lawyers promise in an opening statement to be provided and proven in court, right? We just know that. We know that, okay? So, and not everything needs to be laid out in opening statements. You all at your discretion can make that strategy call as you see fit. But, experienced lawyers know what the common pitfalls are in opening statements. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not saying you can never talk about the lack of parental rights. This is going to be a multi-day trial. The issue becomes, what do you want to tell the jury at this stage, meaning me, you guys, versus what you expect to come out during the trial, okay? We have a few minutes, so you can confer with your client about that. But if you have a good faith basis to say it, I am going to let you say it, okay? Once the jury comes in, this is what I want. Okay, Mr. Alcala. I don't want anyone to see the jurors' faces. That's why the camera is the way it is. Mr. Alcala, can you point it up? Yeah. Okay, can you?
Want me to shift it this way?
Yeah, shift it this way a little bit. And you can shift actually the whole television
Okay.
interaction. So are you all okay with it looking like this to start? Can you all see it? Is that okay? It can be moved a little bit more. Yeah.
Because right now it doesn't have any of the jurors.
No, I mean, they're gonna walk in, so eventually it's gonna, you're gonna, with the defense's permission, he is going to point it down and point it back up as the jury leaves. And look, I can always do this too. Okay? I can also control it, so maybe what I'll do is I'll try to control it on my end. Now I don't know how to open it up again.
It's gonna have to go on over here.
Can you do it so we can figure it out?
You'll have to allow access to turn on. If you make this account co-host, you should be able to just turn it on and off without.
How about now?
There you go. You can run it off.
Yeah.
Yep. No one should turn it on and off.
Okay, so that's what, go ahead and turn it off now, so you guys can see. No, turn it off, you can turn it on, and when the jury comes in. All right, we can go off record while we wait for virtual results of the jury's answer.
Y'all, come on now, really? What's the deal? I guess we're on break. So now we're going to go over to this trial.
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
Oh, what a dreadful case this is. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We're in Cleveland, Ohio for day number 2 of the toddler stabbed homicide case. The question isn't whether the defendant did the stabbing. She did, and her legal team acknowledges that. The question is her sanity at the time. Was she sane or was she legally insane? That's going to be the question for this jury. Again, this is a jury trial before the Honorable John Russo. He is the judge running this trial, and what a great trial he's running. We're in day number 2 and witness number 13 already. So the trial is moving along quite well with arguably the most important witness on the stand right now. And that's Julian's mom, Margot Wood. She's also a victim. There's an attempted homicide charge that pertains to her, as she was also stabbed, just not nearly as bad as her son. Let's go in and listen to the mother of little Julian.
My son Julian, he would have been 4. And my daughter Amelia, who's a 1.5 years.
Okay. And ma'am, when was Julian's birthday?
October 29th, 2020.
And his initials would be JW.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So ma'am, are you employed outside the home?
I am not.
Okay. Were you ever employed outside the home?
No.
All right. And suffice it to say that on June 3rd of 2024, had you just had Amelia?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that your mom lives with you?
She does.
All right. And what's her name?
Nazra Hernandez.
And so did you decide to go shopping that day?
I did.
All right. So what kind of shopping were you going to do?
Oh, we were going to buy food for dinner that day.
All right. And so what did you decide to do?
When we went to the store.
Yes. Who decided who was going to the store?
So we were all going to go to the store. My mom, my daughter, Julian, and myself.
Okay.
But my daughter fell asleep, and my mom said, let's not wake her. So it ended up just being Julian and I going.
All right. And so what store did you...
Giant Eagle.
Sorry. That's all right. And where is Giant Eagle located?
It's in North Olmsted, Ohio.
All right. In Cuyahoga County?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
All right. And is that Giant Eagle known to a lot of folks in North Olmsted as being the water tower of Giant Eagle?
It is.
Okay. All right. So if you could be so kind to tell us,
Get on the mic.
how did you get there?
I drove.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of car do you have, ma'am?
We have a Kia Carnival. It's a silver minivan.
And so who then actually went to Giant Eagle that day?
Myself and Julian.
All right. So you drove to this Giant Eagle water tower. And tell me what you did when you went to the grocery store.
So we got there, we parked, I put them in the cart. And usually around that time they have flower baskets outside. So he helped me pick out some flower baskets. And we went inside, did, bought some candies and things, and we did groceries. And then we went to the self-checkout.
All right. And was Julian in the little seat area?
Yes, he remained seated in the car seat area, or not the buggy area, the seat, yes.
The grocery cart?
Yes.
Okay. And did you put or bring with you some type of blanket in the car seat before, in the cart, so he could sit on it?
No.
Okay. So, you said you indicated you did a self-checkout?
I did.
All right. Did you have any issues with that?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you call for some assistance?
I did.
Right? And so, did folks help you with that?
She did. She came over. I ended up having to use a card instead of the bill because she said the bill reader sometimes messes up.
All right. So, you had to use a credit card instead of cash,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Because machines are very sensitive.
Correct.
So, you packed up your own groceries,
Yes.
put them in a cart,
Yes.
and did you walk out of the store
I did.
pushing your cart?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when you were in the store, Mrs. Wood, did you notice anything strange?
No.
Did you notice anybody accost you or say anything to you or acknowledge you? Anything of that sort?
No.
So you continue to push your cart out of the store.
Yes.
And before you left the store, Mrs. Wood, did you notice anyone by you? Did you see anybody? Did anybody talk to you?
No.
Okay, that's interesting. I think many of us were waiting to hear those answers from this grieving mother, because we know the surveillance video shows her swerving her shopping cart to avoid Bianca Ellis. Bianca Ellis is walking right toward her and Julian when they were going to exit the store, and she swerves to miss her, keeps on going. And so if for any of you wonder,
Okay, we're back in court. I can't understand. We may not watch this trial. I can't understand. Okay, first of all, why are we hearing somebody at a table with a mic on the lapel and moving papers and clicking? Why are we not able to hear court? I don't understand how in the 80s the court feed was better than they are today. I'm confused, guys. I'm confused. Hi, Ellen. I'm confused. Why are we getting such crappy court feeds? And then we're to this again. I know.
wondering if she saw the knife in her hand. I think this answer tells us that obviously she didn't see it. This is so unfortunate. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll hear more from Margot Wood about what happened the day that her little Julian was stabbed to death.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Okay, guys, I'm setting up our likes and our lives. We are now we're apparently in a break in both courts. So, if you have liked, click that thumbs up button, comment I liked. If you have shared it, comment I shared. All in caps, all one word. If you have subscribed for the first time, all one word, ISUB. And if you donate money to our mods, if you give them a tip, TIP. I tip. And you will be entered into the end of the month giveaways. Yeah, yes. I hope they're working on the sound, June, because it's ridiculous. But this is what we have for that case. There we go. That's what we have for that case. Why does that look like that? That shouldn't look like that. There we go. Can't have floating heads. Come on, click. Do what I ask. Do what I ask. Today is a fly by the seat of my pants day because everything is changing today. Everything is changing today. We had a case that we're supposed to have been watching early this business, but unfortunately they didn't film it. And they didn't play it live. So we don't get to see that hearing. Darn it. I was hoping we would. Yeah, much better. I was hoping we would. It is what it is, though. I don't know. Apparently, we got tech issues. They are working on the tech issues. Thank you very much for working on the tech issues. But that said, so both courts are in break, but I think I can zoom. Yes, I can.
And I said, "Oh no, Julian." So I had the car. I stood in front of the end of the cart, and I was trying to push him back he was still sitting in the cart, and she stabbed the back of the trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
She came at me. Okay.
Some water there for you, too.
But I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Take a minute and then ask your question. to the left of you if you need a minute. Would you take a sip of water and I'll have her ask you another question? It's open. Ms. Frawley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Miss Wood, when she stabbed you, what did you do or what did you say?
Didn't say anything. I was just. I couldn't believe this was happening. It was so fast. I was just trying to, so she wouldn't hurt it.
And what happened next?
And then she stood up and stabbed him in the back. And he was crying. He was crying.
After she stabbed him in the back, what did she do next?
She just walked away. Like nothing. She just walked away.
And, ma'am, what did you do?
I went to go grab him out of the cart. Because he was on his side, and I went to go and I held him. And I just felt blood on my hands. And I said, Julian, Julian, are you okay? And then blood came out the side of his mouth.
Take a minute. I'm going to have the prosecutor ask you another question. Go ahead, take a minute. I'll just take some water again. Take your time. Need some more Kleenex? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Wood, once you were experiencing this with Julian, were you calling for help?
Yes.
And were you in fact screaming for help?
Yes.
Did folks start to come around you?
They did.
And did there come a point in time that somebody came by and took Julian and tried to help Julian?
Yes.
Did she indicate at the time she was a nurse?
She did.
Okay. And did other folks come and surround you and try to help you as well?
Yes.
And ma'am, where were you stabbed?
On the top of my right shoulder.
All right.
Oh my gosh, doesn't this just make you want to cry for her, listening to this mother? Who would have thought after picking out flowers with her son just minutes before this, that then she and her son would both be stabbed? Let's bring in our legal analyst, attorney Matt Roberts. Matt, I want to get some thoughts from you, please, on this grieving mother's awful testimony.
Well, it's absolutely heartbreaking. It just the emotion, you can hear it there. I'm sure the jury can see it. It's just devastating. And it really just highlights as you were pointing out, we wanted to hear the answer to that question. Did she see the defendant beforehand? The monotony of what we do in our everyday lives and the encounters we have with people, and we don't notice those things. And I'm sure that's a moment that she's relived time and time again, looking back at this to say, why didn't I see something? Why didn't I do something sooner? And it's because it's just part of our everyday lives. And that, again, is the real challenge in this case.
Why you have a lid on it?
To handle the jury is going to put themselves in this woman's position. They've all been to grocery stores. They've all been in this situation, whether they have have kids or not, to be thrust into this situation and then to be asked to potentially say that this woman is not guilty because of her mental illness is going to be just a tremendous uphill battle for the defense.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Matt. Tell us a little bit more why you think it may be tough for the defense.
Well, just simply because the jury is going to be, this happens where every one of them has been. Everybody can sympathize with having gone to the grocery store, again, whether you have kids or not. Everybody will be in that situation, and then they are being asked to say potentially that this person is not guilty. They don't necessarily understand what that means, but they know saying not guilty means that the person, is not responsible for what they did. In Michigan, we have an alternative alternative verdict, I should say, that's guilty but mentally ill. And if something like that is available to the jury, I would think that's the way they're going to be leaning, because again, they just don't want to be in that situation where they potentially think they played a role in this woman getting back out on the streets, whether it's immediately or after a period of hospitalization. So a real challenge here for this jury, but that would be the concern for the defense. And if the defense does anything on cross-examination other than get up and say, I'm sorry for your loss, it's criminal malpractice.
Yeah, you're so right, Matt. And I have an answer for you. They're not going to cross her. I'm just getting word on that. So good deal. We'll be right back.
Between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence. I do.
I do. Thank you all. Please see it.
Okay, they just swore in the jury. We are back into court.
All right, folks, these are some preliminary instructions I have to read to you. I have to read to them into the record, but you all will read along with me. Just like I gave you a copy of the Beyond Reasonable Doubt instruction, I think we all absorb better once we read, follow, and also hear. There's also note-taking opportunities, so I'm going to start with page 1 of the preliminary instructions. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Daisy Lee. This is a criminal case. The defendant is charged with second-degree murder with a weapon, the weapon being a firearm. The definition of the crime charged will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits submitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it would be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorney the chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyer state is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statement, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be introduced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with the final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the will be released and you will.
Okay, come on, people. Yes, I'm getting very irritated and impatient. And I'm not trying to be a bitch, but dang. Hence one reason why I use one newscast company versus another.
The arguments of the lawyers and the instructions on the law that I give you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be solely based on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You may not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. If you investigate, research, or make any inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties, likewise, have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what they find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. You are also not permitted to communicate about this case with anyone, including your spouse, family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. No communication includes no in-person, telephonic, or electronic communication, such as emailing, text messaging, posting information on social media or a website, or any other form of communication. During the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It is important to remember that the prohibition on communicating about this case applies during these recesses, whether you are in the courthouse or elsewhere. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave that situation at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise you. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in the silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, videos, recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. This is during deliberations. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. And this trial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, the defendant has the absolute right to remain silent, and no time is the duty of the defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, the jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by you, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by you alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of the time as necessary for a fair and orderly trial case, and note taken by juries. If you like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your own personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to you, and then they will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. And as I said, the lawyers have an opportunity to make opening statements. The state goes first. The state.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court? Ladies and gentlemen, in the early morning hours, Saturday, June 25th, 2022, while most of Homestead was asleep, a single gunshot echoed through a quiet neighborhood. One shot. That's all it took. That's all it took to end a man's life. One pull of the trigger, and a father, a partner, a human being, was left bleeding in an alleyway while the person he shared a home with stood just steps away. Before this happened, you're going to get to learn a little bit about the relationship between the defendant, Daisy Lane, and the victim, Pedro Jimenez, as well as what happened leading up to that moment. The evidence is going to show you that the two of them, they've been together for 9 years. It was on and off, but in fact, they had 2 children together. And you're going to learn it was an unhealthy relationship. But even though it was an unhealthy relationship, they all lived together as a family. But you're going to see Mr. Jimenez, he wasn't always home. And why is that? Well, he was a truck driver. He was down the road. And just like in any relationship, it wasn't perfect. It had its problems. There were arguments, anger, and even jealousy. So, on Friday, June 24th of 2022, while being back in town from work, Mr. Jimenez began to have suspicions that his partner was cheating. So, he decided to ask and see whether or not that was true. The defendant ends up denying it. They go on about their day. They continue to act as a family. In fact, we can see surveillance footage of them that night coming back together to the home as a family, together with the children. Now,
Okay, guys, I can't do this.
video, it's Saturday, June 25th. And you're going to find out that Mr. Jimenez and the defendant, they decide to step outside of the home to go into the porch. Miss Lane, she wanted to smoke a cigarette. But interesting enough, she brought out a firearm with her. While the two of them were outside, the evidence is going to show you, in fact, Miss Lane tells police officers that when she saw Mr. Jimenez out there, he had a look of betrayal. So she told him and confirmed that she had cheated on him. Now, Mr. Jimenez, rightfully upset, he doesn't pull out any weapons, he doesn't hit the defendant, but instead, he threatens her by telling her, "You're going to sleep outside tonight." He's going to lock the doors. And you're going to hear in evidence that this wasn't the first time that that had occurred, and that she didn't like having to stay outside. So, in a fit of rage, she pulled out the gun, pointed it at the victim, and the facts will show that when the defendant pointed the gun at Mr. Jimenez, he had turned around and was running away in fear, and fear of Miss Lane. The defendant then pulls the trigger and fires one shot. And the surveillance you see this week, it's going to confirm that. It's going to confirm that the victim was running away. You're going to hear the 911 calls. You're going to get to see the body on camera. And on that body on camera, you do see Mr. Jimenez take his last breath. This week, you're going to hear from several civilians. You're going to hear from officers. You're going to hear from homicide investigators and even CSI personnel. They're going to tell you about how this investigation led to that defendant. You're going to get to see the defendant's text messages. And you're going to be presented with evidence on how the defendant acted after the shooting, and how that behavior doesn't show or line up with self-defense. At the end of this trial, after all the evidence has been presented, the state is going to ask you to render a verdict that justice demands: guilty. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Alcala. Mr. Ross.
So, yes, Edward Jimenez and Daisy Link were in a long-term relationship together. They had 2 kids in common together, a boy and a girl. At the time of Mr. Jimenez's death, the boy was 7 years old, and the girl was 5 years old. As you heard from the state, they were together for a pretty long time, and you're probably going to hear there are going to be a lot of things that myself and the state don't agree on, but we can all agree that this is a very toxic relationship. And in the days leading up to Mr. Jimenez's death, the relationship took a significant turn for the worst. What do I mean by that? 5 days before Mr. Jimenez's death, he showed up unannounced to Daisy Link's home. And to be clear, the evidence will show it was her home. He didn't live there anymore. He was removed from the lease. The locks were changed.
Oh, so much better, y'all.
He was not allowed in there unless he was specifically invited. And yes, he would be invited because they had kids together, and Miss Link was gracious enough to let him see those kids, even though he didn't have a right to be with them because he lost his parental rights to those kids.
Oh, wow.
Now, he showed up unannounced 5 days before, and Miss Link had some guests in her home. She was in her home with her 2 kids, and she had her cousin with her cousin whose name is David, and he had his kids with him too. Mr. Jimenez showed up unannounced, and immediately he accused Miss Link of cheating on him, even though they weren't together anymore, cheating on him with this man who he saw in her house. Mr. Jimenez was informed, hey, I'm not cheating, that's my cousin, and I'm not sleeping with my cousin. He's just here because he's family. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Mr. Jimenez did not accept that explanation, and he physically attacked the cousin David, and he physically attacked Miss Link. Now, when I say physically attacked, I'm not talking about a love attack. I mean, he grabbed her, he took a firearm, and he pistol whipped her with this firearm. He essentially split her head wide open. He left multiple lacerations on her head, and that caused spilling of a lot of blood. This blood's already dry, but you can imagine how much blood that was. He caused her to lose consciousness. I'm not just saying this, he very easily could have killed her. And he did it in front of his 2 kids. And he didn't stop until his 7-year-old son said, Bobby, please stop. Bobby, please stop. So at that point, as toxic as this relationship was, as I mentioned, it took a drastic turn for the worse. And that event, which happened 5 days prior to Mr. Jimenez's death, created a chain of events. And what is that chain of events? This is it. It's over. Daisy Link made a decision. Her family made a decision. Her family came from Texas, came down here for 2 reasons. One, to be with her, to take care of her after she had this unfortunate attack happen to her, and to prepare for her and the kids to leave the state. And that is what was going to happen. That's exactly what was going to happen. Now, did Miss Link do everything perfectly? No. With the benefit of hindsight, could things have been handled differently? Yes. Should Miss Link have
decided to not have any contact with Mr. Jimenez from that point on, yeah, she probably should have, and she didn't. She did have contact with him, and yes, you will see that on the day that Mr. Jimenez lost his life, she did pick him up and bring him. She brought him to see the kids because, as you will hear, she was going to leave and she wasn't coming back. And no, Mr. Jimenez did not live there. That was not his home at that point anymore because, as I mentioned, he wasn't on the lease anymore. The locks had been changed and he had just almost killed her a couple days before. So no. And what you will see that Mr. Jimenez, before the shooting, you'll see him running back and forth. You'll even see Miss Link come outside and yell at him, asking him to leave and him running away. And you'll see on the video him coming back and forth, back and forth. And what you will also hear is that when this is happening right before he gets shot, you'll hear from the medical examiner that he was whacked out of his mind on cocaine. I'm not just talking about a little cocaine. You'll hear from the medical examiner. This man took so much cocaine that the cocaine alone could have killed him. That's how much cocaine he used. And the state told you that he was in fear for his life immediately before he got shot. Well, that's not what the evidence is going to show. And you're going to see it and you're going to hear it for yourself. Immediately before he got shot, he told Miss Link in a guttural, visceral scream, "I want to die. I'm ready to die." So she asked him to leave. She did everything she could to get him to leave. She did everything she could to get away from this man who, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to trample on anybody's grave, but the evidence will show this man was out of control. He was unhinged and he was dangerous. And she fired a shot to get him to go away from her, to go away from her home, which was locked, which she was not allowed inside of, where her kids were sleeping inside. She did not want him barricading himself in that home and doing something God knows what. We already know what he was capable of from just a couple of days before. So Miss Link gave him every opportunity to leave a place which was not his home. He did not have a right to be here. It was her home that she was protecting, which she had the right to do. He didn't have a right to be there. She did. She asked him to leave. She did everything possible. He screamed at her. He made it clear to her that I don't care what you do. I'm ready to die. I'm not doing anything. I'm going to do what I want. And that's when she fired. And she wasn't even firing trying to hurt him. She wasn't firing trying to kill him. She shot at the floor. And just so happens that this bullet, and this is going to be the strangest one-shot killing that you'll ever see. This bullet went up through his heel. And somehow it exited his foot and then went into his leg, and somehow that ended up killing him. So this was an extremely unusual trajectory from a bullet that you will see. So clearly she didn't intend to kill him, even though, and I will submit to you, the evidence will show she had every right and she was completely justified in using deadly force at that moment. And you will know that because later on, you're going to hear the instructions on the law from the judge, and those instructions will spell out to you, and you will see clearly that she was justified in her use of force in that specific situation. But she wasn't even trying to kill him. She wanted him to leave. She did everything she could to get him to leave before she fired that shot. And ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show she fired that shot because she had no choice. And under this scenario and under those facts, that means she's not guilty, because it's not a crime to defend yourself when you have a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm to yourself, to another, or from somebody committing a forcible felony against you imminently, which all those things she was in danger of in that minute. So when I come back at the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you to find her not guilty, and that is the correct verdict. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. First witness state. Does have permission to reposition the podium? Yeah, go ahead. Both sides can have, just don't unplug anything, but both sides can have standing permission to move the podium, standing permission to approach the witness. Yes, Judge.
Morning, honey.
All right, Mr. Bonilla, over here. Ray's gonna swear you in, so, I'm sorry, Mr. Bonilla, he's gonna swear you in real quick. Come around here. If you hear someone say objection, stop answering, and I'll tell you if you're gonna continue answering or if we're gonna move on to another question. Understand me? All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you please say your name for the record? Mr. Bonilla, do you know Pedro Jimenez, the victim in this case?
Yeah,
How do you know him?
big friend.
How long have you and Pedro Jimenez, how long were you friends for?
I'm sure a couple years ago.
And were you with Pedro on June 25th, 2022?
Yeah,
And what were you and Pedro doing that night?
chilling.
And around what time was it?
I'm not really sure when I was getting off work.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Have you testified before?
No,
Okay, so I know you may be a little nervous. Stop moving for a little bit. Okay, it's gonna make it easier for you to talk. It's also gonna make it easier for the jury to hear you, okay? All right, go ahead and re-ask the last question, please.
Around what time was it?
not sure.
You mentioned you were getting off work. What time did you get off work?
I'm sorry, hold on, Ms. Campbell. You're helping her turn off the phone. Is it off now, Ms. Smith? Is the phone off now? All right, thank you. We're gonna put it away because we want to pay attention to what's going on here. Thank you, ladies.
Sorry.
Can you push the mic closer to you?
Right. What were you and Pedro doing at your house?
Just chilling.
How did Pedro get to your house, Mr. Bonilla?
Yeah, pick him up.
You picked him up?
Yeah,
Who'd you pick him up with?
some work dudes
Where did you pick Pedro up that day?
from his house.
And who was there?
Just him and his girl.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to speak up a little bit.
Him and his girl,
Who is his girl?
Daisy.
Okay. How long had you known Daisy for?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
So when you and your friends went to pick up Pedro, he was at the house with Daisy.
Yeah,
Okay. And what happened when you guys got to the house?
no, we just chill.
Did Daisy ever go to your house that night?
After, yeah,
And what did she go do at your house?
she just wanna go pick up Pedro.
Did she say anything to you when she got to your house?
Not really.
So when she got there, was she looking for Pedro?
Well, when she got there,
When she got to your
yeah,
house?
that's what I guess she went.
She went to look for Pedro?
Yeah,
Okay, did she find him?
yeah.
Did Pedro say anything to you when Daisy got there?
Not really. It was just all right, peace. I'm take off.
He left with Daisy?
Yeah,
Was Pedro upset or anything?
no,
Was that the last time you saw Pedro, Mr. Bonilla, before he was shot?
yeah.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
I don't like the, yeah.
So before Pedro left, was it your house or your friend's house?
What you mean? It was his house where I picked him up at.
What was his house? Okay, you picked him up and then you went where?
To my house.
Your house? Who else was at your house?
Just me, my cousin, dudes from work.
Okay. And while you were there, did you observe Pedro using any drugs?
Not really. Just
Not
smoke,
really?
But I don't even think he got to smoke.
You don't even think what?
He got to smoke.
Okay,
He left his weed, he was like, roll up and be back.
so he was rolling up a joint?
I was rolling it up.
You were rolling it up. Okay, so other than a joint or marijuana, what other drugs were there?
Is it?
No, well, I was drinking. I don't know if they was drinking, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, how many people were there?
So I would be asking him, sir, are you in the influence of a joint right now?
I don't know, to be honest.
All right, so we know that there was marijuana there. We know people were drinking. What else? Was there cocaine? Was there meth? Was there anything else there?
Oh, I don't know. I don't do none of that stuff, so.
To your knowledge, do the other people who were there do that stuff?
Nah, not that I know of.
Not that you know of?
Yeah.
And were you with Pedro the entire time, or did he go off to another section of the house where you didn't see him?
Yeah, I think he went to the kitchen or something.
Okay, so you don't know exactly what he was doing that whole time, correct?
Not really.
Okay. And other than being there hanging out with these people and smoking, you have no knowledge of what was going on in the personal life between Pedro and his girlfriend and his kids and his family. You're not privy to that information. Is that correct? All right, thank you. That's all.
Mr. Bonilla, when Daisy got to your house, did she wait outside for Pedro?
Yeah, well, I don't know, she was like, where he at? I was like, probably inside. Since the door was already open, she just went inside.
So she went in your house to look for him.
Yeah, probably to the kitchen, I don't know. I wasn't with him, you feel me?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
I said I wasn't with him after that, you feel me? 'Cause he was inside.
But she went into your house to go get him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions. May the witness be excused.
Yes, you can step down. You're excused.
Okay, so he's live.
Outside what?
I think you're excused from the subpoena, right? Yeah, you're excused from the subpoena. Alrighty, next witness, please.
The student, bring Margaret and purposes.
Any
I
objection?
wonder if those are witnesses. That's interesting.
Alright, so it'll be admitted.
Mass exodus.
Go ahead.
One name marker, and now become state that you're like.
How long is it? Just to give a preview to the jury. Few minutes. So this is the 911 call. Once an item gets moved into evidence, whoever's moving it into evidence can publish, meaning for you all to view or listen. In this case, it's the 911 call. That's a few minutes long.
I like this judge. She's good at explaining. I'm enjoying her. Look, we can't see her.
Saturday, June 25, 2022, 03:21 and 57 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know why I just hear a guy screaming and there's sound. Just go everywhere. Okay, stand on line with me. Let me check the phone to see where you are. Okay. Do you know what happened to him? Stand on line with me. Is he awake and breathing? Yeah. And I'm sitting here at 1300. 1808, down on my way. Where?
What up?
Are you in Homestead now? Yes, I know Homestead. Down on my way. What is the phone number you're calling from? 76 562 9539. 76-562-9539. So let me get all the police on the line as well. Iris is already in route. Do you know what part of his body he's injured or what? I think it's his right leg. Down on my body. If you have a clean dry cloth or a towel, apply pressure to where he's bleeding from. It's okay. Yeah, just to be ready. Sorry, I'm glad this morning, thankfully. The address is via nothing. But the address is 1300, not 1153. She's advising that she found a male down on the floor, bleeding all over. I asked her to see if she can look and see where his body, the blood is coming from. She said the leg. I'm not what happened. I have her on the line. Calling from 76-562-9539. And where are you sitting today? I'm in position 150 with you. And what about any other two, right? Yes. Okay, thank you, Tammy. Here. Ma'am? Ma'am? Hello? Okay, you said he looks like he's by the alleyway? He is, he's in the alley. Is he at least breathing? He's breathing, he's saying that he can't breathe. Okay, about how old do you think he is? He's, I don't know, maybe 30, 25, I don't know. Between like mid-20s to maybe 30. Yeah. Is he able to tell you anything, like what might happen or anything like that? Hello? Yes, can he tell you what happened? No. He said he doesn't know. He doesn't know, okay. I have police on the way, I have the ambulance on the way, just stay on the phone with me, okay? And he said it looks like it's mostly from his legs. Hold on, I'm checking on the flashlight now, I think it is, hold on, let me see. It is, there's a, hold on. I see an entry, hold on, 10, and I see an exit. Was he shot? It looks like it is, yeah. He's breathing out through his leg. I can't pick you up. I can't pick you up. So just let him know that help is on the way, but you can't pick him up, okay? Just let him know that help is on the way. Can you bring it? Ma'am, were you able to get a plate drawing off the towel, so high pressure? To his leg? I took his shirt off and I tied it around his leg. You tied it in front of it? Hey, hey, hello? Still? Are you okay? What the fuck happened? Is he still breathing, ma'am? Yeah, yeah, but now, yes. They're coming for you now. I'm coming for you now. Just let me know when they make contact with you, Ben. Yeah. Do they say you? Hello? Hello, wait. Yeah, I'm with you, I'm with you. Stay with me. And you see the I see him here. Stay with me, stay with me. Stay with me. And you can still. They're here, they're here. Stay with me. Okay, they're making contact. Oh, go ahead and disconnect. Saturday, June 25, 2022.
Judge, at this time, state calls Officer Traylon Nicholson to the stand.
Nicholson with an N or an M?
And Nicholson.
That was interesting. I'm trying to wrap my head around that 911 call. That did not sound normal. If I was a 911 dispatcher, I'd be very much questioning what the heck is actually happening over there, because that did not sound like a normal 911 call for someone who's been shot. Just saying.
Morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Sergeant Tripon Nicholson.
Sergeant Nicholson, how long have you been a police officer?
A little over 9 years.
And what department do you currently work for?
The Homestead Police Department.
How long have you worked for that department?
A little over 6 years.
And prior to Homestead Police Department, what department did you work for?
Florida City Police Department.
What is your current assignment, Officer Nicholson, as of today?
I'm one of the afternoon shift sergeants.
And in your 9 years of being a police officer, about how many homicide scenes have you worked as a police officer?
Approximately 50 to 60.
Now, On June 25th, 2022, what was your current assignment?
I was a road patrol officer for the midnight shift.
So I want to take you back to that date. Were you working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I was.
What were you dispatched in reference to?
I believe it was in reference to a male down, covered in blood, possibly shot.
Now, Officer Nicholson, before you were dispatched, were you already in the Homestead area?
Yes, ma'am.
What area were you in before you were dispatched?
I was in what we consider our Alpha 1 area, which is in the same area as where I was dispatched to on that night, approximately 3 or 4 blocks from the location.
And when you were in that area before you were dispatched, did you hear anything?
Yes, prior to being dispatched, I heard a pop.
Did you check out where that pop was coming from? Did you try and check it out?
So when I heard it, it sounded like it came from south of my location. So I traveled south slowly on 14th Avenue, which is one of the main roads that runs north and south. I looked down every street as I passed it to see if anybody would flag me down, if I seen anything suspicious. And I kept going until I was dispatched.
Okay. And when you were dispatched, what street were you on? Do you remember?
I believe I was on 4th Street and 14th Avenue.
And you mentioned you had passed 14th Street.
Correct.
Was that where the dispatch sent you?
Correct. Dispatch sent me to 14th Street.
When you passed 14th Street, when you were first looking in the area, did you see anything?
No, it was a pitch black road.
Now I want to go back to when you were dispatched. From the time you heard that pop noise to the time you were dispatched, Officer Nicholson, how much time had passed?
I would say approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
And how long did it take for you to get to the dispatch area from where you were?
Roughly another 2 to 3 minutes.
And when you got to where you were dispatched, what was it? Was it a house? Was it a location? What was the location?
So when I arrived on scene, the location was in an alleyway. The victim in this case was in the alleyway.
And who else was there when you got to the alleyway?
The defendant in this case.
How did she appear to be when you got there?
She was standing next to him. She was yelling. When I got out, I walked up to the victim. I asked him, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" There was no response from the victim. And then at that point, I asked, "Do you know him?" to the defendant, and she said it was her husband.
So I want to go back to when you arrived at the alleyway. Where was the victim in the alleyway?
He was laying on the ground in the middle of the alleyway,
And where was the defendant when you got there?
standing over his right side.
And when you were asking the victim questions, was he able to respond to you?
No, ma'am.
What kind of questions were you asking him?
I was asking him, was he hurt? I asked him, what's his name? I asked him, was he shot?
Did he appear to be injured to you at that time, Officer Nicholson?
I did see blood on him. There was a good amount of blood on his legs, on his like abdominal area. At that point in time, the alleyway was very dark. I lit it up with my lights of my police car, but it's still a dark area. I had my flashlight out. At that time, when I first arrived, I didn't see where the injury was.
And who was answering the questions you were asking to the victim?
The defendant answered the majority of the questions.
What was she saying?
So like when I asked him what his name was, I believe she said his name. I asked him, "Are you shot? Where are you shot?" And the defendant was able to point at the location of where the GSW was.
But you weren't able to see immediately when you got there where the location was.
No, ma'am.
And now, what was the victim wearing when you arrived?
He didn't have a shirt on. He had on what appeared to be black shorts, and boxers.
Okay, was there a lot of bleeding?
So, like I said, he had a lot of blood on him. But when I've responded to gunshot victims in the past, you typically see where the blood is coming from. In this case, I was unable to. The blood was smeared in different parts of his legs. And I was unable to see where the bleeding was coming from.
Did he appear to be in distress or pain?
Yes.
Was he, sorry,
Go ahead.
was he conscious when you got there?
Yes, he was conscious. At one point, I believe he tried to get up. I told him, stay down, because I was trying to figure out where the injury was.
What was the defendant's demeanor as you were trying to assess the victim?
She was screaming. Believe at one point she stated, what happened. Like she was asking him what happened. She was upset. She was asking where rescue was. And things like that.
When she was asking him what happened, did it make it seem to you as she didn't know what happened?
Correct.
Hold on, stop. Sustained. So the jury will disregard the last answer of this officer. You can ask the next question.
Yes, Judge. Did she tell you how she got there?
She said that she said that she was out looking for him.
Okay, and do you remember her saying anything about the shot and the wounds on his body?
Just when I asked, were you shot? She said, I believe he was shot, and then she pointed to the location.
And did you try to help and treat the victim's injury, Officer Nicholson?
Yes, once I was able to locate it, my partner was pulling up by that time. I asked him to grab my med bag that I had in my vehicle. He was able to do that. He then took the scissors out because at that point my hands had blood on them. He took the scissors out. He cut the shorts to open up the area, and then he applied pressure.
Okay. And was fire rescue also dispatched to the scene?
With the reference to the way that the call came out, fire rescue is automatically dispatched when we are.
How long did it take them to get there?
I would say approximately 5 to 10 minutes
And
after I got there. So
was there any point you had to do CPR on the victim?
yes, there was a point where when my partner had pressure on the wound, I was constantly checking his pulse. He initially had one. Then at one point I didn't feel one, so I started CPR. I continued CPR, sporadically checking for pulse, until fire rescue got there.
And when fire rescue got there, did they try to revive him?
At that point, when fire rescue got there, I walked away. I started securing the scene, because I allow them to administer the life-saving measures.
And before we get to you securing the scene, was fire rescue able to revive him?
No, he was pronounced deceased at the scene.
Sir, great body worn camera that night.
Yes, I was.
And if I were to show you a clip of where your body worn camera was, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Now directing court counsel and witness to what have been previously marked as states. 1F, mission. That the record reflect that I charge the defense counsel. Just permission to approach the witness.
Yes, standing permission.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Nicholson, in this CD, is it your body worn camera that was on and activated and captured everything that happened on June 25th of inclusive?
Yes, it captured my involvement.
Was it a fair and accurate depiction of your body worn camera that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, now listen to evidence with these part of these 1F.
No objection, it'll be admitted.
Exhibit 1F, mark identification of the state exhibit judge.
If you're going to publish, hold on, Mr. Alcala, if you're going to publish, how long is it?
Judge, it's 23 minutes. 23 minutes, 30 seconds.
You're going to play the whole thing?
Yeah.
All right, so just so everyone can get comfortable, right? All right, thank you. Go ahead. It has sound as well, correct?
It does.
Go ahead.
Permission to publish?
Yes, does anyone want to leave the courtroom before we do that? Okay, go ahead. I just don't want it to be interrupted. We're gonna play it through.
Interesting. I do like the formality of this court sliding down in my chair.
Hey, what's going on? I see it, a horse on the back, a horse on the front, something back. I have, this is what they're saying to you. No, he's asking my husband. Okay. Right here, right here. You see it from the front, you can see the front. Hey, just stay right there, boss. Are you okay? Hello? Stay with me. 4:30. Encouraging GSW. Yeah, that's all. Gonna be to the right lane, to the right side, and out the right side. No, stay down, stay down. Hey, stay down. Go in my truck, grab right there's my trauma kit. Grab me gauze and all that. They know what the fuck happened. Hey, girl. Where's the ambulance? They're coming. Open it up. I got my hands in dirty. Let me check. We're gonna get that office. Yep. Just cut it off. What's the best way to come out? Hey, hello? Yeah, I'm in the alleyway. Look at me. Are you here? Are you with me? Pedro. Hey, boss. Oh my God. No. Sorry. Pedro. No. I need you to relax. I need you to calm down. Give me a second. Huh? Pedro. Hey, put pressure on him. Edwards, put pressure. Pedro. Hey, I need you to calm down, Mama. I need you to calm down. What's the GW? Right there in the top. Hey, no, hey, look at me, please. No, Pedro, hey, look at me, please. Pedro, please. Is not celebrating as a serial and in our. Hey, Pedro, please, stay with me. Oh my God. No. Pedro, please.
He was, weren't they divorced? Or were they, what? I'm confused.
I need you to back up, please. I need you to back up. Back up, please. Pedro. Still up. You're fired.
Public competition. Okay. Oh, please. Just tell them we're gonna start. Hey, did all the rescue see where we're at? I heard the truck. I heard the truck. The truck should be on that side. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Come on, Pedro. Stay with me. Yeah, relax. There you go, Pedro. Come on, give up, Pedro. You got this, bro. Come on, guy. Hey. Pedro. There you go. Before her fire, they're showing all right. There you go. So, I'm leaving it. I'm driving around. And now I'm at 33 years good. You take it back up, please. Relax, back up. Pedro. Hey, boss. Did you tell me what happened? Pedro. Who did this to you, bro? Come on, Pedro. Pedro. Hey. Pedro. Pedro. Hey, it's got a weak post. GSW to the right now. Okay, so it looks like a through and through. Where's the yeah. When I got here, this is where it goes out. Edward. I'm a follow account. Okay. 433, 423. 433 is off. Walk in the article, 33. They're gonna be the ongoing there and a large loss rate. If you have serious. Whatever. Okay. Sorry, give us a start, moving on here. Accurate. What? She said, have him back. Where's she living? Let's start looking it off. So I get to start roping up the area. I know. Whatever, number one, I would be, how we get it, starting to rope up here. Yeah. You did that, roping down the area. Hey, Debbie, pull my car back. Pull my car back. Pull it back. Pull it back in this open spot. Yeah.
I'll show you, just taking a line one at 336.
Hey, get it back to the opening, Shane. Watch your feet.
Just open.
Backing up. Go ahead, Shane. Watch out, LT's coming back. Go ahead, Chevy, go. Stop, Sheriff. Turn your wheel. All the way, all the way, all the way, all the way. Got the tree. Turn the wheel hard this way. This way? Yeah. Back it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, pull forward. Right there. My patches. Right there above my headrest, look. Hey, kill my exit.
And I'm going to be on 25 and 338 on Instagram. And what are you looking for right here? All right, 39.
What? Look, right there above my headrest. Passenger side. Hey, I'm thinking. Hey, what's right here? Just go to this open. I'm just dropping off this whole preparation. Yeah, we're gonna probably go out to the road. If we could, we'll walk back that way. See, yes. We'll have to put a car on that end. No, I don't know nothing. She said, he left out. He had to come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway, and she seen that he had the in and out in the back, right back. I was at, I was at 17. I was at 17 and 14, and I heard like a pop, and I started driving this way. But I didn't and it sounded more like a fire. So I started driving down 14, and then that's when they gave me the call. You got more this way, Shed? We got blood there. Hey, what? Shed, just one step on back. Yep.
7. Special on a 434 to Visa, Lopez Durant, to change of the well, 81 Northwest 14th Street.
Somebody must have been driving, but she was in the passenger. Hey, give me, hey, somebody got a car? Have the call.
Ma'am, rescue's out with him, ma'am. 400. 423. So you're gonna have to go on to, so I'm gonna get you to it. Yeah. Yeah, complete block of this street. Yeah. It's like you're here. It wasn't even that long ago, bro. I heard. I heard a cop, so I started driving down there and gave me the call. No. What? Hey, bro, please finish. Appreciate it. Everywhere. 150 feet, they said they found the possible scene. That's 12. Right at 1289 Northwest 14th Street in Directly. Why you not right? Why not? According to the blood trail, he seems to be walking around in circles, double blocking off the entire street. I'll do it. And I need more west. Oh, that's good there. That's good. Yeah, I'm going to 3-4. Gotta get his info. Hey, Chevy. She's got it. Hey, Chevy, you got a work already? I don't know, man. I'll rescue her. And they said, can you get her info and then his info from her? Please. Yeah, this smoke's gonna have to. We're just gonna rebuild up the whole road. That's what I'm saying, but these houses right here. Yeah, so we'll shut down the whole front of it. And then also in the back. Somebody else got tape, is your car close? Yeah, we'll bump this backside for now. Can we figure out what we got? Alright. And now, where is that now? Possibly. I don't know. Hard to tell. They're getting his info and her info. Thank you, man. Only 2 bags too. Yeah. 439. You go 423. I'm going to be very good down for it. No. Blood everywhere, but we're gonna block up this whole, just block up the whole alley. He's been all over. Let's see if we can do a call for day shift. You can get some music coming early. Here. Can we go back a little bit more? Doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah, we're just gonna shut the whole alley down. I'll get her all the way. Yeah, somebody, this is it.
They ain't coming out. So, is there anybody on this that we can clear? I believe we should have maybe 5. With the whole thing. Oh. They ain't coming out. It is what it is. Is there homicide investigation?
That's for the blocking.
Why? Give me like. Just put the tape back. This way. You can use the tape. They didn't give you a blanket for this guy? Fireman, leave a blanket.
Hey, that's
Let me see if I got one in my car. Children and I'll be around.
all right. Now, 1 7
No one. Bro, you can't walk around the house, bro. You walk all over there. Yeah, bro, there's blood everywhere. There's blood in the SUV. Oh, that's yeah. But aren't you only primary route? Hey! Turn! Rescue out there? Is rescue out there? Can you get their info?
I guess we have some dead space. If you can see, here's the video camera. You can't see a whole lot, but I'm trying to watch on that scene. I wish I could zoom in, but I can't. Can I? Can I? Nope. Can't zoom in. Nope. I tried. It zooms my text back and forth. I am so sorry about the sound. I know it sucks.
I don't recall.
We're looking at your body worn. Refresh your recollection. Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, we're going to more. I'm going to play with my sound effects, but I haven't had a good sound effect.
Yeah, but we're gonna go back to the road. If we could, we'll walk back that way. See, yes. Well, I can put a car on that, Walter. No, I don't know nothing. She said, he left out. He hadn't come home, so she went looking for him. She found him in the alleyway.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
So where did the defendant tell you she was?
Originally, she was at her residence, and then she left looking for him.
And do you remember her mentioning Pedro hadn't come home, so she went looking for him?
Correct.
And then she mentioned she found him in the alleyway. Now, I want to talk about securing the scene. We saw your body worn that you secured the scene, so let's talk about it. When fire rescue left, did you begin an investigation into what had occurred?
When fire rescue left, at that point, we knew it was a homicide investigation. We don't investigate homicides, Miami-Dade does. So we secure the scene to conserve as much evidence as possible. And then we allow Miami-Dade to come and investigate what happened.
How did you secure the scene?
So, different officers were shouting, as you could see in my body worn camera, there's blood here, there's blood here. So at that point, being the lead, I make a determination along with the supervisors to how big the scene is gonna be. In this case, we ended up making the scene approximately probably 2 blocks, because it was between the alleyway and the main road.
Why did you secure such a large area of the scene?
There was blood in all those areas, approximately from the initial residence where we found the blood to about 2 or 3 residents away.
Officer Nicholson, if I were to show you a picture of the scene that you were dispatched to on June 25th, 2022, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Now directly before council, witness would have been previously marked that states 1B. The record reflects that I'm showing the defense counsel. Judge, permission to approach the witness.
Yes, it's a standing permission.
Officer Nicholson, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is the photo?
The scene that we of the incident.
The fair and accurate representation of the scene of the incident that you were dispatched to on June 25th, 2022.
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to evidence for the previously marked as 1.
It'll be admitted.
Exhibit 1B, mark identification, now become today exhibit to the judge.
Judge, permission to publish?
Sure.
Permission to have the officer step down?
Yes, we can step down. Okay.
Officer Nicholson, can you please tell the jury where is it that you saw the blood trails when you secured the scene?
So initially,
Let's hold it up high so everyone can see from both sides of the jury seating.
so initially, the victim was located here. When I'm walking with the body camera to see me walking with my lieutenant, we start walking this way. The little trail goes around over here. There was blood pool here. I'm down along the backside of this duplex. There's this trampoline goes on this side of the trampoline around to these vehicles. Blood pool here, and then it comes up and then back right into you. There was, I'm sorry. On the secondary search, when I walked back by the vehicle, this is where the officers told me there was more blood in here.
Thank you, Officer Nicholson.
Yes, you can come back.
I got me some ice.
Now, you mentioned earlier that once it's a homicide investigation, Miami-Dade takes over.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you contact a detective from Miami-Dade?
Yes, I did.
What detective was that?
I believe it was Detective Morales.
And did you brief Detective Morales when he got there as to what you learned, observed?
Correct.
Moment to confer, Judge.
Sure.
Someone asked, what am I drinking? I'm drinking my collagen
Any cross
and
examination?
hydration.
Morning, Mayor.
Good morning, sir.
You mentioned that this area where you saw Mr. Jimenez, without the flashlights and the lights from your car, you agree it's a rather dark area?
I do.
think you said it was pitch black, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, Miss Link was with Mr. Jimenez, correct?
Correct.
Had she rendered aid to him?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not he had a tourniquet on his leg?
He had shorts. He had his shirt. I don't know if it was off of him, but it was there. But I'm not 100% as far as a tourniquet. A physical tourniquet, I didn't see.
Okay. But when you arrived, did she wave you down? Did she help direct you to where she was, to where Mr. Jimenez was?
As I pulled into the alleyway, I could see her. She was standing there, and yes, she was waving me down.
And you stated a moment ago that at this juncture, this is not a homicide investigation. Right now, the only focus is render aid to this person, correct?
That's correct.
And that's what Miss Link was doing too, correct?
When I got there, I seen her standing there. I didn't see as far as rendering, unless you consider her flagging me down, then yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Can you redirect? No redirect. And the witness be excused? Yes, you can step down and you're excused. We're gonna go ahead and take our lunch break now. It's 12:05. We'll come back we're gonna start promptly at 1:15. So it's a little bit more than an hour for you all to plan accordingly. I'm gonna ask that you all think about where you want to eat so that you do it as efficiently as possible so we can keep this moving. I will give you all coffee and snacks at 3 o'clock. We'll take a little mid-afternoon break. You can let Umberto know if traditional coladas are okay. That's what I normally get jurors, which is it's the normal ask, and I have some sugary snacks. Please follow my instructions about not talking about this case with anyone, not doing any research on your own. I will ad nauseum repeat it over and over again just to remind everybody. I think that's all that I have for you all. Umberto will tell you where to meet him. It's probably going to be on the 3rd floor, but I'll let you all do that. You can go ahead and put your notepad in the envelope, make a little marking on the outside. It can be your initials, it can be a star, be a big old cross, whatever it is that identifies it as you. They are safe in the courtroom, and he'll make sure that you get them when we come back from lunch. All right, folks, thank you very much. Follow Umberto outside.
All right, for the jurors.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Every witness, every person that's related to this case, I've told them to ignore you. So no one should be talking to you about this case. If they do, tell me and tell Umberto immediately, all right? Thank you very much.
I hate that YouTube now will automatically put me not on live chat, but on top chat.
I'll get you.
I got it.
Okay.
So if I've missed some chat, I apologize.
Do you have a preference between
Realize.
black or green or? Green. All right, green tea. All right, thank you. All right, jurors have left. Can you be seated? I think you all heard Ms. Smith just asking for some green tea instead of coffee. That is the only thing she said. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna be able to go through 5:30 p.m. today. I mean, up until 5:30 p.m. with witnesses.
We have about 4 or 5 officers outside ready to testify. I think that would probably be towards the end. I'm also filing a request for judicial notice. We can address this at any point in time. I've done a very thorough search for any documents related to the termination of parental rights. Florida law is very clear. An order actually needs to be entered. It can't just be by agreement. There is no such record from what I can see. I'm asking the court to take judicial notice of the lack of record.
Give Mr. Lamas an opportunity to digest this, and we can address it later on today or tomorrow. Thank you. All right, we're adjourned for we'll take a break. We'll come back at 1:15. Thank you.
We are on break. So do you know what? We're going to zoom over to the other trial. Yes, we are. Hello. We're going to zoom over here. Replace everything. We're going to get going, and we're going to zoom through some of the crap.
Definitely. Great points, Matt. Thank you for all of this. Yeah, I think if there are any learning lessons, look up, look around you, be aware, don't be distracted. Even places you think could be safe, you know, you just never know who's going to show up. Matt Mangino, stand by if you would, kindly, please, for some more questions. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll continue our coverage of this trial in Cleveland. And we're remembering victim Julian Wood and his mother Margot, a really important day today with her testimony. We're going to find out who the next witness is when Court TV Live rolls on.
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Okay. Let's zoom.
Waiting to see who the next is. Back in court. This is for her prison attack case. And the question is whether she should be shackled in the courtroom. Plus, in Ohio, we've got testimony resuming in the toddler stabbed murder trial for defendant Bianca Ellis. We just heard from little Julian Wood's mother, Margot, who's also a stabbing victim. Fortunately, she survived. Now, after her testimony concluded, defense counsel opted not to cross-examine her, which was a really smart and sensitive move. And the judge sent the jury out for their morning break. And we just got word that they should be coming back soon, as we're seeing some of the attorneys return to the courtroom. There are two of the defense attorneys right there. And we can see one of the prosecutors over at the table. So it should be any minute before. Oh, and there is His Honor, the Honorable John Russo, presiding over this case. He's had a really illustrious legal career, an excellent judge, and someone really keeping this case on track. They've been coming in every morning at about 8:30, getting started, and we're already on witness number 13 with Margot Wood's testimony. So we're waiting to see who the next witness will be for the state of Ohio, as they've got the burden here in this case, and an interesting legal issue before the jury for both sides, and that is Bianca Ellis's state of mind. So we see one of the court deputies. They're going to be bringing Bianca Ellis up. She's in custody, so she's going to be transported in, able to sit down in the courtroom. The jury doesn't know that she's jailed, and then the jurors will be brought in. So while we wait for that to happen, we put together some of the best moments from one of the key eyewitnesses who came in and testified on Monday. Here we go.
We had just completed loading the vehicle and heard screaming.
All right. And, sir, what did you do when you heard this screaming?
Well, initially, we didn't really know exactly what was going on, and so we heard more screaming and another crash, and that's when I turned around and saw what I saw.
All right. And so you heard some screaming, and so when you turned around, sir, what did you see?
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
And, sir, upon observing that, what did you do?
Well, I was kind of in shock at, the first moment of it. And as the act was completed and this person started walking towards me, I got back into my vehicle with my wife and I instructed her to call 911.
You saw the actual stabbing?
Yes.
All right. And so, were you able to see the knife?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us how many times that you observed her stabbing? or who she was stabbing?
It was 2 or 3 times. I don't recollect exactly where those locations were on these individuals. I just saw the motion and saw the blood and the knife as it was happening. My eyes were more drawn to the knife than anything else.
Okay. And when you followed her, did you have an opportunity to observe this person walking away?
Yes.
All right. Was she talking to anybody?
No.
How would you describe her walking away?
Like she was walking in the park.
And
swinging the knife like she was almost just knew exactly what was going to happen.
all right. And so when the police arrived, were you still standing behind her?
Yes.
And what did you observe her to do?
The police pulled up and, drew weapons on her, and she just dropped the knife, and she didn't fight or resist at all. The police just got her on her knees and then down to her stomach and put her in handcuffs and detained her. Actually, I don't remember even handcuffs being put on her at that point, but they had detained her, and at that point, once I realized that she was no longer a threat to anybody else, that's when I turned back to try and assist those who were injured.
Okay, so did you get back in your car?
Yes.
And where did you then go?
I parked just outside of the aisle that this occurred, and I got out to go help, and as I got out, I realized that I had actually blocked the entrance for the ambulance, so I sprinted back to my vehicle so that I could make way for the ambulance to come in, and I went back to the original scene.
Okay. And when you went back, sir, what did you find? What did you observe?
There was a small boy who had been badly injured. There was a female on top of him giving CPR. There was what appeared to be his mother, who was also injured but not severely and was just begging. She kept asking.
All right, we're just getting word that Bianca Ellis has been brought into the courtroom, so that means that the jury won't be far behind. This is a live look at the deputies just having escorted her in and getting her all.
Talk to her.
Oh my, Margot Wood had to have felt so helpless on that dreadful day when she was attacked in a grocery store parking lot. Defendant Bianca Ellis is the accused here. The state is saying that she knew what she was doing was wrong on the day that she stabbed Julian and Margot. The defense is saying that she did not know and could not appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions. Let's go back into court. We've got a new witness up. He's a police sergeant.
And when you're talking about this female, does this female, in fact, match the description that was given over the radio broadcast?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long after observing the defendant drop the knife did you observe her on the ground?
Shortly after she dropped the knife, she obeyed verbal commands from the officers. At that point in time, she listened to put her hands behind her back. I was one of the officers that helped assist with handcuffing her with her hands behind her back.
Okay, let me stop you there. I just want to walk through that. So you were present to hear other officers give commands to the defendant?
Correct.
All right. And based on hearing those commands, what was your observation of the defendant after those commands were given?
She obeyed the commands, which means she was listening to what we said and complied.
At any point, did the defendant speak to anybody on scene while you were there?
Not while I was there.
Did you see her mouthing any words?
I did not see that.
Okay. Talk to us about the handcuffing. How did that piece of the process go?
With the knife that was dropped still within close proximity, he had her prone out, so laying on her stomach, gave verbal commands to put her hands behind her back. Once we had enough officers to do so, we moved in to effect the arrest.
Now, you at this point are a law enforcement officer for 6 years, right? It was in last June, thereabouts. And in your career, have you encountered individuals who were alleged to have committed a crime with a weapon?
Yes.
Okay? And when you come upon an individual that may be armed or have a weapon, is it protocol for you to have that individual lay on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Officer safety being the number one reason. We are unsure what they may or may not have on their person. In order to effect arrest safely for the officers responding, we've given verbal commands to lay down, prone out, so we can safely effect that arrest.
Okay, and was that protocol followed in this instance?
Yes.
Okay. Once the defendant is detained and arrested, handcuffed on the ground as you described, what is the next step?
At that point in time when she was handcuffed, Detective Butcher and I put her into the immediate recovery position, had her sit up, and we escorted her to my cruiser at that point in time, which would be 5228.
All right, and how do you determine which officer is going to convey the suspect to the station?
Given the circumstances that day, I took the defendant and put her into my vehicle so the other officers can respond to victims in the given area.
Very good. And when you are at the scene and dealing with the defendant, are you wearing a wearable camera system on your person?
I am.
Okay. And if I were to show you footage from that wearable camera system today in court, can you talk about it together?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm showing this witness posting marked state exhibit 207.
Thank you.
And Sergeant, I believe the first 30 seconds of the video, there will be no audio. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I just played 6 seconds of this video so far. Is there any identifiable marker in this small clip?
I'm going to pause for a minute. Is the camera in your way? Yeah. Just slide back.
Thank you.
Is that better? All right, back on the record. Your question again?
Sergeant, can you identify your cruiser and what's depicted on the screen right now?
That's a standard North Olmsted police cruiser that we use in day-to-day operations. And you can see the north in that given frozen image on the car door there.
Is this the car that you drove on June 3rd, 2024?
That is correct.
Okay. Continue to play at 6 seconds. Now, you are wearing this wearable camera system, correct?
That's correct, yep.
So we're not going to see you on this video, right? What's happening here at the 29-second mark?
At this point in time, after the defendant was taken into custody, I transported her back to North Olmsted Police Department to...
Sorry.
Just repeat, I'm sorry.
You conveyed her back to North Olmsted Police Department and I cut you off?
That's correct. At that point in time, had her exit this vehicle is what you're going to see right now, and I walked her into the side door into the secure facility.
Now, how long was that drive from Triangle to North Olmsted, please?
Approximately 30 to 60 seconds.
Short drive.
Correct.
Although during that drive, was any conversation had between you and this defendant?
Not that I recall, no.
Any notable behaviors that you remember on behalf of the defendant during that short drive?
No.
And how was she secured in the back of your cruiser?
So she's currently handcuffed with her hands behind her back, and she was placed in that cruiser for that short distance to the North Olmsted Police Department.
Does she have a seatbelt on?
Not at this time, no.
Is we play at 30 seconds? This is where the audio picks up. Okay. You turn the volume up a touch. Were you able to hear yourself? Your voice?
Yes.
Okay. So, Sergeant, this in fact is your body cam from June 3rd, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. You press play at 35 seconds.
Can you stay for an hour?
Who are you talking to, Sergeant, when you say?
At that point in time, I believe from that image it would be our corrections officer. He was scheduled to be off at that given time. I requested him to stay due to the circumstance.
There's me play at 45 seconds.
Hope the veteran. I'm going to head over to the video.
We're going to step aside from the sergeant's testimony, hit our break. We'll be back with more continuing coverage of the stabbing case of Little Up for Life. Years when they encounter her, she's a problem. And you're right, this is not a state that has the death penalty. Wisconsin doesn't have it. It wasn't on the table. As you noted, she's locked up for life. But, you know, a danger in lockup. I mean, she really is. And so I guess in the grand scheme of things, these charges wouldn't have changed anything for her situation. So perhaps everyone thought this is just better to dispose of this case, get her back in a place where we can continue to monitor her and not keep transporting her to court to fight this. So here we have it set for December the 1st, and we're going to work to get this video in so you can see her in this court appearance, again, about 10 to 15 minutes. We have breaking news to share with you now out of Wisconsin in the case against defendant Taylor Schabusiness. She's the infamous inmate who's known for her violent attacks. Some of them we've seen in the courtroom. She is a convicted killer, and she was set to be in court today for a motions hearing over a case where she allegedly attacked a prison guard and a prison nurse. And the motions hearing was going to be regarding whether she would be shackled during the upcoming trial. But in somewhat of a surprise move, we're getting word that this case has just been disposed of. That's right, Taylor Schabusiness has pleaded no contest, and there's been an amendment to the charges. It's been amended to disorderly conduct, so she pleaded no contest to disorderly conduct. The judge accepted that plea, and her sentencing is set for a month from now. It's set for, a little over a month. I'm getting word it's been set for December the 1st.
Okay, so there we go. Back to this case. I'm not. I mean, she's in for life. What does she care? Why did it not switch? Hold on, guys. Why did it not switch? I'm reading the captioning, so I am not I'm not paying attention to the video. My apologies. Let me get it back where it needs to be. I pushed switch and it didn't switch. Thank you.
Police sergeant on the stand, and he's showing the jury body camera footage from that day when he was part of the arrest.
I'm drinking a lot of fluids today, so I'm going to take a couple breaks.
Of defendant Bianca Ellis.
Video of this room to see. At this given time, I believe she's placed into the booking cage. At that point in time, I speak to the other officers and correctional officer at this time.
All right, resuming play at 1:46.
Hey, I need your favor for me. First, this guy goes in this channel. Can you just come down here and observe? That's all I need to do.
Sergeant, who are you talking to on the radio there or on the phone?
I believe that would be Officer Shook,
Okay. Is that officer male or female?
female.
Okay. Was there a reason that you wanted, or did you want specifically a female officer to become involved at any point?
When practical, the female, I would like to have a female and female, yes.
Resuming at 2:10.
Oh, yeah, someone actually felt the camera pat her down on the edge of burger. We had her down once already, but the female officer do in depth and have her come down. And if you could just sit here and observe, that would be wonderful until I get people cleared up. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So Sergeant, we watched that clip of your body cam. Obviously, we can all see the defendant depicted on the screen, right?
Correct.
But you were there in person. Did you have the occasion to observe Bianca Ellis during this time frame that we've just discussed?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her behavior?
Prior to entering the jail facility, well, again, she was given commands to turn and face the wall so I could secure my weapon, which she did. She was placed into the booking cage without incident. At that point in time, I walk out of the jail from here to speak to, I believe, the corrections officer, Officer Shook, and Officer Felton to get a game plan as how we were going to collect further evidence and change her out.
Okay, so for that part of the process, for a female defendant, you want to have a female officer help you?
Yeah, when practical, absolutely.
All right, and Officer Felton, is that a female officer?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ask her then to help you with the next step of the process?
I did.
All right. And I want to get back to the booking sheet, the booking process. Okay. Are you familiar with the protocol and process that North Olmsted Police Department utilizes to keep records of inmates?
I am.
Okay. And what type of information is typically on booking sheets at North Olmsted Police?
From their general information, including their name, date of birth, social security, last known address, at times emergency contacts if they provide one, medical, property that they may or may not come in with.
Okay. And had you personally, prior to June 3rd, dealt with or encountered this defendant?
No.
Okay. But as a custodian and member of the law enforcement agency of North Olmsted, you would have access to all booking information for any inmate that comes through the doors. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is talk about State's Exhibit 226.
All right, so there's the testimony from that police sergeant on that day, and this is going to her behavior, right? Because the behavior could be indicative of her mental state. Let's talk about the viability of this defense of not guilty by reason of insanity. Let's bring in attorney Matt Mangino for some thoughts on that. Matt, what do you think? How viable do you think this defense is for this jury on these facts?
Well, I think it's a viable defense because it appears she has some history of mental illness, and her conduct is so.
I need a audio test, please.
Outrageous, so bizarre that it may lend itself to that type of defense. One of the things that I thought was interesting, Julie, was the eyewitness who testified before the officer, who said that after the stabbing, she just walked away like she was walking in the park. just sort of swinging the knife. And to me, that's indicative of somebody who maybe didn't realize the wrongfulness of what she just did. And I think it lends itself to this defense, on behalf of Bianca Ellis.
That's a great point, Matt. Boy, really appreciate that as we continue digging in on this case. Thank you so much for your insight and analysis. We'll hit a break. When we come back, more coverage straight ahead for you here on Court TV Live. And of course, I want to keep the focus on the victim. Let's look at little Julian Wood, this precious little guy. Loved the color green. He loved dinosaurs. And we're certainly not forgetting about him. We'll be right back.
My son going for an interview for a job, and so I had to make sure he didn't have dandruff or smelt bad or
Margot Wood.
tooth
After she tried
way or had nose hairs or ear hair. I'm kidding. I just blessed my son. He's going for a job interview.
to intervene. The defense doesn't deny that Ellis committed the murder, but says she was legally insane at the time of the stabbing. Before we go back into the court, here is Court TV anchor Julie Grant with more on the case against Bianca Ellis.
I'm at North Homestead, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store just outside of Cleveland, Ohio on June 3rd, 2024.
There was a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Homestead, Giant Eagle.
Margot Wood was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, when they were attacked by a knife-wielding stranger.
The young child suffered 2 stab wounds, one to the face and one to the back, and then she suffered one to her shoulder area.
Julian died of his injuries, but his mother, Margot, survived.
I need a car to go help the kid. He's in the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuffs? Get cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
33-year-old Bianca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot where the stabbings happened. A long blade knife was found on the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed her child up out the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Okay, Tracy, it may be the other court if you're behind us, because that other court audio sucks, and there's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. Sorry. But the audio over here should be good. I did an audio check and it's good.
Police say Bianca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into
So why did people not see the weapon? I'm still floored about that. I'm still struggling with why did they not see the weapon? I mean, look at this guy right here. I'm not trying to dog you, boo.
Bianca Ellis. Ellis turned around to follow Margot and
so many people didn't see the weapon.
Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment? I don't know. You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
Now let's go back into the courtroom now where the jury is hearing from an arresting officer.
All right.
Yeah, it sounded like you were asking.
You just took the privilege of those, let me know if you recognize what I placed before you.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. For the record, what's 226 for me that you recognize?
226 would be Bianca Ellis's arrest on, looks like 6/3/2024, the day of the incident.
And then on 227?
It would also be an arrest for Bianca Ellis on 5/29/2024.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you. So, Sergeant, we're actually going to start talking about 227 briefly. Put up on the screen too, for you to see. Is there a booking number associated with this document?
There is.
Okay, and where is that located?
Towards the upper right corner, a little bit lower, not the incident number.
And what is that number associated with this document?
The incident number would be typically the report number that is assigned.
Oh, you're talking about the incident number?
Correct.
Yeah, it sounded like you were asking him to define that, but you really wanted the booking number?
What is the main number that it identifies this document?
So the incident number would go with the report. The booking number keeps track of the arrest in our jail system.
All right. Well, for our purposes, let's talk about what is the incident number associated with State Exhibit 227?
The incident number, based on what this arrest screen says, is probation violation, and then there looks like there is an additional charge for non-payment.
Okay. Upper right-hand corner incident number, what is that number?
That would be, like I said, the report number.
Okay, can you read the number for us?
24-22059.
All right. And is there a date anywhere on this document?
If you go to the front cover sheet that you're on, and you go all the way to the left,
okay.
You can scroll over to the left, it will say date and time.
All right. And is that date and time reflective of when the inmate or defendant is encountered or when they're brought to the station?
I believe it should be when they are brought into the North Olmsted Police Department jail.
Okay. What is the date then on this document?
That would be 5/29/2024.
All right. And you personally were not involved with dealing with the defendant on that particular day?
That is correct.
All right. What other types of information is included in the booking sheets at North Olmsted?
On the front cover is general information where she was arrested, where the incident occurred. That 24801 Brook Park Road is where the incident occurred, which in the city of North Olmsted, that would be Walmart. And then the charges that she's being charged with in our facility.
How about on page 2 of that document? What is important there?
Page 2 is the property sheet, what she comes into the NOP jail with. And then when they signed to leave, they signed for their property again, confirming that they received that their property.
What can you tell from this document what property was brought in with Ms. Ellis on May 29th, 2024?
Yeah, so he doesn't have knowledge of it, and he's just reading the document, doesn't have firsthand of it. So I'm going to sustain, and I'll let you ask another question.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
All right, Sergeant, I'm just going to move to the end of this document, page.
For those of you who don't know, he cannot just sit and read a document and regurgitate. He has to have firsthand knowledge. You can use the document to refresh your memory, but you cannot read off of a document. So if there's a string of text and you were the investigator who did the Cellbrite collection of those texts, you can look at the text and look at the notes and kind of regurgitate that a little bit. That's fine. But you cannot be somebody who's not connected, or you can't just sit and directly read everything. That is a no.
The last 2 pages, do you see at the top of the screen and at your the document you have, is there a mental health assessment within this document?
This sheet does the medical questions, so it says mental and physical evaluation form.
Okay.
We would ask the subject who comes into our jail facility these questions.
All right. And why is that important for your agency to do that?
Because we are responsible for their well-being, any meds they may or may not need, if they're allergic to anything, if they have health insurance, for example, if they're under the influence, could be a variety of reasons.
Okay. So does somebody in your agency ask these questions of each and every inmate that comes through the police station doors?
Correct.
Right. And can you see from this booking sheet whether that was done here on May 29th with Bianca Ellis?
Based on this booking sheet, it appears that she was asked questions because there are things that are filled in.
Okay. So let's move on to June 3rd, when you do encounter her personally, right? Putting up State's Exhibit 226. Can you look at that document with me?
Yes.
Okay. And
We've got breaking news. Let me get to this thing. They have caught the gentleman. They've caught the gentleman who started the Palisade. Is that how you say it? Fires in L.A. Congress has, here we go. 9 months after the Palisades fire ignited and killing 12 and destroying more than 6,800 structures, authorities announced that they have arrested and charged 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht, 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 in connection with starting the deadly blaze. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Alessi said that he was arrested Tuesday in Florida. He has been charged with the destruction of property by means of fire, which is a felony, carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in federal prison per count. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, the ATF&E, has been investigating since January and has determined that it was a reignition from an earlier fires. Officials say that at the news conference Wednesday that Rinderknecht, I can't say it, don't want to try. I'll just say that the fire 6 days earlier while working as an Uber driver around midnight on January 1 after dropping off a passenger. The 8-acre Lachman fire didn't spread as far as LA County, and the county helicopters made water drops and hand crew cut the fire lines, helping to contain the blaze before moving into mop up. Firefighters then patrolled the burn area to extinguish smoldering stumps, logs, piles of ash, and other hot spots, as they were a risk of reigniting later. According to Asedli, why do people have these crazy names with weird spellings? Dyslexic people just can't handle. The fire smoldered, the DA, according to the DA, the fire smoldered underground until strong winds on January 7th. And yes, it does happen. I'll explain in a minute as a firefighter. Causes the fire to surface and spread, becoming one of the most destructive fires on record. Speculation about the case and the fires have centered on fireworks, but the DA said that the authorities have no evidence of that. The defendant reportedly lived in the Pacific Palisades, if I'm saying it right, Palisades, yes, but has relocated to Florida since. Authorities gave no potential motive. They project all AI images said to have been generated by the suspect at news conference. Yes, y'all. Y'all, this was horrendous. It was horrible. So what can happen, and sometimes does happen and happens often, is that you will have a fire and a tree or stump is burnt, but the fire instead of goes up, it goes down into the root system, and it slowly creeps through the root system because there's not very much oxygen, but just enough to keep a smolder. And it creeps and it creeps and it creeps and it creeps, and it can creep for a very long time. And then it connects to another root. And it creeps and it creeps, and then it gets to the main part, and it comes up, and it gets a breath of air. And then it goes, and that's what happens. Yep. Thank you, Jason Matthews, for letting us know about that. I appreciate it. And thank you for putting it in Discord, June. I appreciate it. So they have finally arrested somebody. Yay. A lot of those crimes sometimes don't ever get prosecuted because well, they can't find the person who did it, and it's a shame. But thank God they have, and may he be persecuted to the full extent of the law.
And on this document, is there an incident number associated with this document?
Yes.
Okay, what's that number?
B24-22854.
All right. And can you tell where this incident occurred?
It says 27264 Lorraine Road in the city of North Olmsted.
And is there a timestamp associated with that?
This is 6/3/2024 at 15:04.
All right. And are you personally involved with asking this particular defendant those mental and physical health questions that we just talked about?
At this time, no.
Okay. Do you know, are you responsible for documenting this particular set of papers that are corresponding with this defendant?
I see your parties at sign. Yes. All right, sidebar there. Let's bring in Josh Schiffer. He's in Atlanta, Georgia, criminal defense attorney. This case is just sad. You watch that video.
Unexpected. What is it with those glasses? Oh, first of all, I know he's had red ones. Okay, I know him. He's got red ones. But that color? Oh my God. They kind of go with my thing. Now, I could wear them because it goes with the orange and my pink. I'm wearing pink because this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Hence the little pink butterfly over in the corner over there. That is so funny. That shocked me. Sorry, guys.
And, there's nobody does anything. She's so nonchalant with the knife. It's not like, it's just walking around with it. I wonder how many people actually saw her. But let's talk about the mental health issue. She's on medication now, deemed competent to stand trial. The question, though, is what was her competency at the time, and how do you really get that information to a jury that's accurate?
Yeah, and how do you prove something that's so effusive and almost invisible? Schizophrenia, which we have a very clear diagnosis of. There aren't big questions about whether she has a diagnosis or how treatment has affected her. She's been well treated, and as some of the information has come out, she's a completely different person when she's not medicated. And her mom had lost track of her for a period of months immediately before this incident. The incident, from all of the testimony so far shows these are the acts of someone clearly disturbed. No one who is acting normally or in a healthy manner does things like this, and that nonchalantness, that's the red flag for pervasive, chronic, and severe mental illness. You literally are looking at someone doing something that no other human could do.
You have a 3-year-old who's dead. So for a jury and members of the jury, just like people watching this, it's infuriating. It is disgusting, and it's heartbreaking. How does it play into this? And is there a proper, within our legal system as it stands, is this sort of a square peg round hole thing in that we're trying to get this adjudicated the proper way like we do everything else? There's just something off here. And what do you think at the end of the day is going to happen?
You're dancing around the toughest part, my friend, which is that we really have a tough time dealing with mental health issues. There's a crime. This is a crime beyond, even somebody as good as Franz Borchardt can't walk you for stabbing a little baby to death on video and walking away. They've got her on video picking out the knives, testing them against cement walls to make sure that they're the right knife. There's no question about the horribleness of the actions. So the question for the jury then becomes, can our system, can you as a jury hold this person responsible, given the mental health that we all acknowledge? And our system has a variety of different pathways to try to deal with this, to try to let jurors sleep well at night. But this is a hard choice. If you believe that she was incompetent at the time of this crime, there's a lot of reason for you to acquit, because she can't be held legally responsible for actions taken when she was incompetent. Now, the state has made her competent. She has an extensive history of good treatment and being a great person when she's getting her medicine. But why do we lock that person up for the rest of their life when they're getting medicine? Is that the most efficient way of dealing with this health issue, or is that more cruel and unusual punishment, given that she responds so well to medication, but she did commit this unbelievably indefensible violent act?
Yeah. As a society, we don't want her walking around.
Those eyes are expressive. Whoa, your beautiful eyes, they are so expressive. I'm just saying. Honey says, I'm sort of feeling them glasses. Yeah.
Yeah. As a society, we don't want her walking around. Just take your medicine, you'll be all right. No, she killed a 3-year-old. And
my 14-year-old, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
My 14-year-old walks to a bus stop every day. This is the kind of random violence that is truly terrifying.
Dude, you've got one ear bed sticking out. They look better if you switch the right ear to the left ear and turn them up versus having them down and sticking out. You've got the glasses. He's got all kind of quirky stuff on his shelf here, which has got a lot of baseballs autographed. I'm sure he's got a lot of quirky things. He's a quirky dude, but we like you.
Fine, because it doesn't matter how prepared and trained, and you've got a gun and you put locks on and you avoid that. No, you're at a grocery store.
Yeah.
Almost everybody goes to a grocery store, and this is absolute random, unprepared. That's the terrifying part. You can't stop this kind of crime because there are millions of people successfully medicated right there. Any one of whom could have a cessation for some reason and lose the ability to regulate themselves and then commit horrific crimes they know that they didn't want to commit, and it's only their mental illness that brings them to that juncture, and that's terrifying for them.
Did she know what she was doing was wrong as the bar, and that is for a layperson that got a notice in the mail, jury service, now they have to make that very difficult decision. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll go back in for the cross-examination of this responding officer. Stay with us.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted.
Which document is that?
That's Margot Wood recalling the terrifying moment that Bianca
By the way,
Ellis began stabbing.
By the way, you can watch that case. We followed that case. It is in my files. The case is in, I have everything. What is it called when they're all organized case by case. So you can go in and pull a case and watch that in trial series. But the best day was sentencing. Oh my God. Shit hit the fan. It was great.
Her and her 3-year-old son in the parking lot of that grocery store. Julian Wood ended up dying from his injuries. And now Ellis faces life in prison without parole for his death and the attempted murder of his mother. The defense says this is all about mental illness, that she suffers from schizophrenia and was insane at the time of the stabbing. Let's go back into the courtroom now. The arresting officer is now answering questions on cross-examination.
So this is the document that you filled out, correct?
Which document is that?
That State's Exhibit 226, incident number ending in 854, date of incident is 6/3/2024.
Thank you, Jen. Playlist. You may find the videos on our playlist. Hello, Miss Diane. Your volume is on.
Life has been crazy at my house. Ooh.
That's okay.
I'm so
Come on
happy.
my house. Someone give you candy. No. All right. We'll get into trial. We'll visit in a minute.
Yeah. Can I have just a minute to get my earphones?
Sure. I'll remove you until you do.
The cover sheet, which would be the first page of this document, would have been filled out by me to show that Bianca Ellis was in our custody in our jail facility.
Moving on to the second page for the questionnaire. Is the inmate conscious? Who answered that question?
That is the third page. She was not asked these questions by me at this time.
Who was there? Do you know?
When she was brought into our custody, she was moved directly eventually to a cell. So she didn't get a chance to get these questions answered. The corrections officer, I would assume, would have asked these questions.
So when it comes to question number 3, who would have answered that question?
Whoever went through the medical questions with her.
Can you read it out loud? Number 3.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal?
What was the answer to that?
It says no.
When you look at question number 9, read that one out.
Does the inmate appear to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
What was the answer?
No.
Can you go to question number 12?
Does the inmate's behavior suggest risk of assault to staff or other inmates?
What was the answer?
No.
Can you go to 17?
Have you recently been hospitalized?
Because she's just been viewed stabbing somebody, I would have said, hell yeah.
Or recently seen a medical or psychiatric doctor for any mental health condition or illness?
What was the answer to that one?
No.
Now I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 227. Those same questions were asked and answered, correct? You're in the booking process?
Would that be page 3 of 227 if you want to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. And your question of this witness?
If you go to question number 17, can you read that one out loud?
Question 17 is what you said.
Yes.
Have you recently been hospitalized or recently seen a medical or psychiatric doctor for any mental health condition or illness?
What was the answer to that question?
Condition a couple of days ago. Swell feet. Yes.
Yes. Can you go back to number 3?
What would you like him to do with number 3?
Read number 3, please.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal?
What was the answer?
No.
I finished my thing for today. Now I have this one to drink, but this one has my collagen and it has like a liquid IV in it. It's hydration. The reason why I'm doing collagen is because prednisone and steroids and chemo have destroyed my connective tissue. I need more collagen. So that's why I'm drinking this. And Miss Diane is back. Are you back?
Yes, I found IV at the store. Buy one, get one 50% off.
Oh, good for you. All right, you need to get centered. You're not centered. It may just be your camera because I know you moved it. Okay, we're going to get going and I'm going to go. I drank, I think almost, 1.5 of these this morning. So yeah, I'm going to the bathroom a lot.
So, based on the nature of this question, this seems like an observation as opposed to a question for inmate. Is that fair to say?
No.
No?
Some, as far as like number 1, where it says, is the inmate conscious? I would fill that in.
So when you look at number 3, is the inmate's conduct, appearance, or mental health status normal? Is that something you ask an inmate, or is that something you observe?
That is correct.
It's something you observe, correct?
Correct.
So that's something someone in your police department will know, correct?
Correct.
And when you go to state exhibit number 226, number 3, same question was answered. That's an observation. Is that fair to say, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness on those questions? Sure.
Sergeant, fair to say that this evaluation form is part observation by the officers, part questions for the inmate to answer?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were asked about number 17 in exhibit 227. Do you recall that?
Correct, yep.
In state's exhibit
He has
227, you were asked about question 17 on that document,
Yes.
and the answer was swollen or swelled feet.
That's correct.
See that noted there? Would that information have come from the inmate on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a question, not an observation. Is that accurate, that item 17?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked about number 3 on State's Exhibit 227.
Yes.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal? No. Would that have, you were not associated with that arrest, correct?
That is correct.
And that is an entirely distinct day from June 3rd, correct? May 29th?
Could you repeat it again?
May 29th, the incident from May 29th associated with this document is a distinct day from June 3rd. Different day.
Yes.
And you were not involved with encountering Bianca Ellis on May 29th, right?
That's correct.
And on June 3rd, when the question asks, is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal? The answer again is no. And that would have been an observation of her made by law enforcement at your station. Is that right? That's not a question that she would answer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then one final thing. The first question is the inmate conscious. What does conscious mean to you as a law enforcement officer? What are you looking for when you're answering number one?
Alert, speaking, breathing, along those lines.
They don't have to be doing all those things. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Could they be sleeping to be conscious for the purposes of this form? If they're breathing?
I think you'd be breathing while sleeping.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Josh Schiffer's still with us. We'll hit it before we get a break. Is this going to be the battle of the experts scenario, a case like this? Because everything that we're hearing so far, depending on the lens that you're watching it through, it's tough to really get anything solid.
Yeah, no, that's the dog that's going to hunt in this case, which is we're going to listen to a bunch of medical experts who are fantastic, highly trained, highly compensated. They testify on similar lines all the time and really spend a lot of their career focused on these unbelievably complex mental health determinations. And they love to appear in front of a jury and go, hey, I'm just telling you what the science is, and I'm just telling you my professional experience, even though every viewer of trials knows that there's an inherent bias in every single paid expert that ever testifies. And that makes it hard for anybody to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt or satisfy the highest thresholds. That's why battle of experts very often mean no clear answers or a harder journey towards justice. I think the defense has a lot of good stuff to work with because of the plain openness and the severity of the mental health condition at the time of this just senseless, horrifying, terrifying murder of a little baby. And that's why this is such a hard case. The hardest case.
Hey, Diane, I need you to back up a little. We're losing your hands. I'm sorry, baby.
Cases have horrible facts and applying a lot of them, but then doing something that doesn't match public expectations. That's the kind of case that people struggle with, because imagine the headline, admitted killer, acknowledged killer of baby gets sent to hospital instead of prison. And there's gonna be this chunk of society that says, no, I don't believe in mental health defenses. If you murder someone, it doesn't matter what's going on upstairs. You can be totally whatever, doesn't matter, go to prison. And that's the mentality that you fight in a lot of the nation. And
well, with the jury too, with a jury member is going to be very reluctant to say not guilty by reason of insanity. The idea of not guilty with this woman doesn't compute. She's guilty.
It's a big ask. And really, you've got 12 people who are going to say, all right, I hold justice in my hands. There's this famous bird story that a famous lawyer just passed, Jerry Spence, used to tell, where the bird is justice and it's in your hand, and you get to decide what to do with it as a juror. And you can crush that bird and kill it and destroy justice if you want, because you're that juror. Or you can let that bird fly and ensure that justice is out there. But it's your decision as a juror. And here you've got a woman who really, I haven't heard anything to the contrary, murdered a 3-year-old. That's really hard to say, to go home and go, wow, yeah, and that's why we sent her to a hospital. Or is that the absolute easiest decision? Yeah, we sent her to a hospital. She stabbed a baby.
Yeah, gotta put that bird in some sort of cage with some help, because this is a worst case scenario if you're a juror in this case.
I don't know.
Complete nightmare. All right, let's get a break. When we come back, patrol officer is next up to conference. We'll keep you updated on all these trials throughout the day, but for now.
Harm themselves or harm other people, I can take whatever actions I need that they needed help with.
Okay. So have you had to deal with other inmates before and help cat down female inmates?
Not in North Olmsted, no.
Okay. But in your career, you have?
Correct. I was a corrections officer for 8.5 years.
Right. And so are there certain things that you are looking for specifically when you're patting down a female?
Yeah, like making sure that there's no weapons or guns, knives, making sure that whatever their clothing attire that they're wearing, that they can't harm themselves or harm other people. And it's basically
slowing it down a little bit. Okay, so you're looking for weapons, right?
correct.
Hang them down. All right, so you think you're going to go on along with your day, go home, and then this radio call comes in.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, so you stay and wait for the defendant to arrive? Is that fair to say?
I would say yes. About the same time we came in.
Okay.
We're very close. So I was coming in, and she was actually coming into. They were bringing her into the booking area, I guess you could call it.
Okay. And when she comes in to be booked, what is your first observation?
My first observation with her was that she was very angry. She was kind of like pacing inside the cage area a little bit. It's not a very big area to begin with. She just seemed very angry.
All right. And when you're encountering an angry person like that, what types of things are you on the lookout for when you're going to go pat them down?
Well, initially is what restraints are available for that pat-down search. So I spoke to another officer there, a sergeant, and then there was a corrections officer there about what restraints are available there, because I didn't feel that it was going to be something that she would comply with once I gave her those instructions. So we had a conversation about what restraints were available, because this is my first experience in North Olmsted in this capacity. So I don't know I would say the normal or the procedures that they would normally do for that, but just that I was prepared just so that nobody would, including herself, would be hurt or injured.
And in your training as a threat, on the threat assessment team that you just talked to us about, did you use those tools that you use on that team when evaluating this defendant?
I would say, I guess so, to some degree. I've been in law enforcement for 35 years. So I look at the situation and the totality of it, basically dealing with people, for that long of time in that capacity. You get to learn body language. You get to learn, how they're going to be, if they're going to be compliant or not, if they ignore you. Just based on when she came in there, she was very angry. And she kind of turned around, and when I said something to her, as if kind of like putting her back to me to some degree.
I'm going to have you stop. You want to ask a question?
All right. Officer, let's go to the booking room at North Olmsted. I put up on the screen a video from that area. Would you be able to talk about it with us?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So this is marked as State's Exhibit 206. And I don't think there's any audio at all. Let's start at the very beginning. Officer, do you recognize what I put up on the screen?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That would be like the booking area for the North Olmsted Police Department jail.
Okay.
All right, let's get a break. When we come back, we'll watch that together as we continue our coverage. Out of the state of Ohio, Bianca Ellis charged with murder. Is she insane or a killer? Stay with us.
This week,
We're spotlighting the biggest cases that are trending in true crime. Plus, we're being a voice for victims as October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Okay, my son just got back from his interview. He had a job interview and he was sharing with me. And this boy wears, I kid you not, shorts and flip-flops. I don't think he's had a pair of closed-toed shoes on him. Okay, we're going to switch courts in a minute. I don't think that he has had a pair of closed-toed shoes on him in a year. His papa's, oh, I know when it was. December 28th of last year. His papa's 9 90th birthday party was the last time he had closed-toed shoes on. Part of the reason is he's a size 14 to 15, and it's very difficult to find shoes to fit him comfortably. And in Texas, flip-flops works for all seasons for him. It'll be 30 degrees outside, and he'll be in flip-flops. But anyway, had a really good interview, so I'm happy for him. All right, we're going to get into this court. Diane, this court. She unalived her ex-husband. And the volume sucks. I'm 100% gained.
What's your last name? Who are you related to? Who are you related to? Are you in school?
No.
So what brought you to this courtroom? What brought you to this courtroom?
Just a trial offer.
If you can't dispel my concerns, I'm gonna ask you to leave. So you have to be more specific. What brought you to this courtroom?
I always come here. I'm always around a bunch of trials.
I haven't seen you. You need to step outside until I talk to the lawyers and figure out if I'm gonna let you back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Strange courtroom, strange audio. They do have a camera over here by this TV. I wish they would switch like they were earlier, because the audio is so dang horrible.
He hasn't identified himself. He's been here since this morning, so he's not an ASA or some lawyer. No. We're ready to go one more time. Can I bring the jury? All right, just give me the jury.
All right, the jury.
Hold on, Diane. I'm fixing it, Diane.
Scroll back, you can see it, the jurors are accounted for, lawyers. Looks like you're all seated. Next witness will state.
I'll get you, Diane. Hold on.
Next state calls Officer Dennis Aguilar to the stand.
Give me a minute, boo. I don't know if you can hear my computer going doing. I'm getting it, boo. That's better.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear firm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. You got the truth.
Permission to continue, Judge? Yes. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Dennis Aguilar,
Oh, thank you.
Officer Aguilar, what department do you work for?
Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been in Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
since January of 2024.
And how long have you been in officer in total?
Total going on 7 years.
Now, back in June 25th, 2022, what department were you working for?
With the Homestead Police Department.
And what was your current assignment back on that night?
Road Patrol.
Did you respond, Officer Aguilar, to 1237 Northwest 14th Street?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what your role was?
Basically, we discovered someone that was in the alleyway and that had been shot. And basically, I was there just trying to separate the other party while they were trying to help him.
When you say the other party, can you say who that other party was?
The female, I forget her name, but the defendant.
The defendant in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak to the defendant that night?
Yes.
Did you ask her what happened?
Yes.
What did she tell you happened?
She said that he had left the house 30 to 45 minutes ago.
I'll break it down. Who had left the house?
The victim.
Okay. You can continue.
Basically, she said that she heard screaming, and that's when she called the police.
So she told you the victim was at her house that night.
Yes.
Then she said she heard screaming.
Correct.
Did she tell you how she got to the alleyway?
She heard the screaming. I don't recall how she got there. I believe she drove.
No further questions, Judge.
No questions, Judge.
May the witness please? Yes. Thank you.
I'm trying to make the adjustments, guys. Give me a minute. I know. This is not an easy thing to adjust. I have to dance around some legalities here.
Judge, at this time, state calls Officer Edwards. Please stand.
I have to thin you up, Diane, a little bit. Yeah, but that means your hands are going to have to be a little bit more tight. My apologies.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Let me try something. I don't like having you over here, but I'm going to. I'm moving you.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Edwards with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Edwards, how long have you been a police officer?
A little bit over 8 years now.
And I know you mentioned you work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office now. Back on June 25th, 2022, what department did you work for?
Homestead Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer?
With Homestead?
Yes.
3 years.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2022. Did you respond that night to 1237 Northwest 14th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please tell the jury what your role was when you got to the scene?
I was the backup officer. I arrived, rendered aid to the victim, and then I helped secure the scene.
Who were you a backup officer to?
Officer Nicholson.
Eventually that night, Officer Edwards, did you end up speaking to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you end up speaking to her?
In the front of the residence.
About how long after that you arrived on scene to when you spoke to her, how much time had passed?
A few minutes, because she was there initially when we were rendering aid to the victim.
You mentioned you were speaking to her in her house.
In the front of the residence.
Okay. Now, what did she tell you when you spoke to her?
That the victim wasn't a bad guy. She doesn't know who would do this to him. That he provides for the family.
You mentioned she said that she told you the victim wasn't a bad person.
Correct.
Had you asked her about the victim and what he did for work?
She pretty much just said that he goes out of town about 3 or 4 weeks out of the time and provides for the family.
Provides for the family. And did she tell you anything about their relationship?
She advised they were together for about 10 years and that they've had their ups and downs. However, she didn't know who would possibly do this to him.
Did you ask her what happened, how he got shot?
Seriously?
I asked her, but she advised me that after he arrived home, they were watching fireworks and then he went for a walk.
So she mentioned to you that they were together that night at the house?
Correct.
And that they were watching fireworks?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you, based on what she was telling you, Officer Edwards, and based on everything, did you believe she was the one who shot him based on what she was saying to you? It's the same. Hold on, there's no answer. There's no strike.
Sidebar. We got a sidebar. We got a sidebar. Oh. So I'll unmute you, Miss Diane, for a moment. I'll give you a voice. I love controlling people's voices.
You do what? Yeah, you're just in control. Control.
You know
Control.
I'm sorry. You know me. I love to control things.
Yeah, you know how it goes.
I want to let everybody know that for those of you who did not hear, Angela's surgery went fabulously well.
That is
Although,
wonderful.
well, they did a lot of things. They removed a 11-centimeter mass off of her intestines. They had to repair from an old abdominal surgery, intestinal surgery, and remove a bunch of adhesions and make a lot of repairs. And then they had to put a mesh in her abdomen, and that mesh, no wonder I needed that. That mesh is what they have to sew her abdominal core muscles too, because she had no support anymore. She bent over, she couldn't stand up. She didn't have any muscle strength to stand up because all of her muscles were shredded. It was brutal. And
Okay.
so, yeah, she's still got drains. But the great news is, and I got something I hate it when you have like a hair that you can't find that's in your
Yeah.
eyes.
Absolutely.
Anyway, long story short, we've been waiting for the results back, and yesterday they came in no cancer.
That is wonderful. That
She is a survivor.
amazing.
She's a survivor of ovarian cancer, which is very rare to survive. I know I'm one. Very rare. Very few people survive. I'm a survivor back in 1997. So anytime that there's any kind of concern of cancer, you just freak out. Hence the pink leopard print. My sister, this is breast cancer month. So hence the pink. And so anyway, all right, we'll get back to court.
She was free to go. She was not free to go.
Was she free to move around the area?
Oh,
the
yes.
residence?
Yes, I let her move around.
Did you let her go in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you let her go outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
So, sir, just to be clear, she was not free to go, correct?
Correct.
So she was basically in custody at this point?
I wouldn't say in custody. I treated her as if she was a potential witness or involved to the incident. She was the wife of a deceased person, of a person who was shot.
Well, if she wasn't free to go, then obviously you, in your capacity as a law enforcement officer, you placed a restriction on her ability to leave. So she was, at least to some degree, in custody, correct?
And she was a witness to a homicide. She was a complaint.
In custody or not, sir?
She wasn't detained in custody.
All right. So you were asked specific questions about what she said to you. This conversation you had with her, was it recorded?
Sure was.
Okay. So the whole thing was recorded?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm really hating the format of this court. It's pissing me off.
Chairman of the State calls Officer Yadiel Rodriguez.
Raise your hand, please. You sign a swear firm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Yadiel Rodriguez.
And how long have you been a police officer / sergeant?
Police officer, 13 years, sergeant, about a year now.
Okay. And what department do you work for today?
The Homestead Police Department.
Okay. And then how long have you worked in total then for the Homestead Police Department?
7 years now.
So then I want to take you back to June 25th, 2022. What was your role then in the Homestead Police Department?
I was a patrol officer.
Okay. Now, on that date, June 25th, were you dispatched to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What exactly were you dispatched there in reference to?
The call came out, I believe it was a 214, a male that was shot, and he was located in the alleyway.
Do you mind explaining to the jury what a 214 is?
It's pretty much an emergency call, injuries, and then the dispatch advised that it was a male that had been shot.
Okay, so when you get those types of calls, is that your priority at the time then?
Yes, it's a priority call, so we go emergency mode, lights and fire.
So then you went to the scene then in emergency mode?
Yes.
All right, so about how long did it take for you to arrive then to that address?
Probably a couple minutes.
And where exactly did you get in your car when you got there? Where were you?
When I arrived, I believe I parked on the east side of the alleyway. There was a couple officers already on scene. And then I started walking up towards where they said that they located the man. And I walked up the alleyway to where those units were at.
Okay, so what other officers or what people were there then in that alleyway?
I recall Officer Nicholson, who's now Sergeant Nicholson, Officer Chevalier, Officer Edwards, Officer Dennis Aguila. They were already on scene when I arrived.
So did you speak with any of them or did you just get to work?
When I walked up, there was a couple of officers next to the male that was on the ground with fire rescue, and then they asked me to go ahead and go speak to the female on scene and try to get her information.
Okay. Now, you didn't assign that role to yourself, did you?
No, it was the primary officer, Officer Nicholson, who was with the male, so he wanted me to start assisting with getting the information from the female.
So then your role when you're on the scene is not to give out people assignments, it's just to do what you're being told right there then?
Yes, once you arrive, usually what happens is whoever's a primary officer who got assigned that call, they're the lead, unless a supervisor arrives there and starts delegating other tasks, but they're the lead, and then kind of get with them and see what they need.
So you've been now given the task to speak with who?
It was the female on scene. I don't recall her name. She was ended up being the guy's spouse or the guy's girlfriend.
And where was she located then?
She was off a couple feet off towards the front of the actual residence where she resided.
Now, when you first saw her, was she in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was she walking around freely?
Yes, sir.
So then, as you're approaching her, how's her demeanor? What does she look like?
She looked anxious, a little irate.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
What exactly were you talking about?
I asked her in reference to the male, if she knew who he was and what was his name. I asked him in reference to their relationship, and then if she knew what happened, and just asked her pretty much anything that she knew in reference to what happened that night.
So what did she tell you about what happened?
She said that he had left in a white van. She wasn't able to describe if it was a work van or a passenger van with some friends of his. And when he returned, he was very flustered, I think is what the exact word she used. And he started walking around the area, and then she started driving around trying to find him. And that's when she found him on the alleyway.
So did she ever tell you that she was with them, or that he came out of a white van?
She said that he came back after the white van and he looked flustered and he just started walking around the neighborhood.
So as an officer who's being given this information, what's going through your head then about what you're looking for?
We started obviously sharing the information in reference to the white van, trying to locate that. I asked her in reference to the friends if she knew who they were, their names. She said no. Then we just try to get whatever information we can in reference to obviously the statements that she's given.
So no names of who was driving it. Any time? Were you given any time that this van was in the area?
No, she said it had been several minutes, but she wasn't able to tell us the exact time frame.
Okay. Did her story seem consistent with what you observed on the scene?
At that time, no. Like I said, from what she was stating, she said she was driving around. The male was located in the alleyway, and he was like kind of behind some houses and stuff. So, me driving around, I wouldn't know how you'd be able to see him from the roadway.
Okay. So, did she ever go into detail about how she found the victim, or did she not talk about that with you?
No, the only thing she said, she was driving around and she saw him on the alleyway.
Yeah, that don't sound legit to me. Really.
Now, Sergeant Rodriguez, did you have body-worn camera on that night?
Yes, I did.
And How exactly does that body-worn camera work?
Once we get out of the vehicle, we usually activate, and then it starts recording. Usually, once you turn it on, it takes I think, depending on which mode you have it in, on sleep mode or ready mode, it records 30 seconds back. There's just no audio, and then the audio starts once you actually activate.
So was your body-worn camera then activated that night?
Yes.
I'm now showing defense has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1E.
I agree,
Do you
hon.
recognize this?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of your body-worn camera on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, State moves to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1E into evidence at this time.
State Exhibit 1E marked for identification now becomes State Exhibit 4, Judge.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 4?
How long is it since you have preview?
Yes, Your Honor, it's about 5 minutes.
Is that your polite way of saying he's freaking hot? Although I don't know if he's hot. I don't know. That's not a bandage. That's her bra strap and then her shirt, apparently. In my humble opinion. I got to be careful. Mr. Bott may get me for stating fact that is not in evidence. I've lost so much weight. I love this shirt, but it's so big. I feel like I'm falling out of it. Why is she covering her ears?
And what's his date of birth, do you know?
5, 6, 8, 9.
And what's your relationship with him?
I've been with him for 9 years.
2 years. You're married, just going out?
I've been with him for 9 years and have 2 years with her.
Do you know where he was at tonight?
He was here.
The whole time?
No, he was here off and on. He initially was with some of his fucking friends. I don't know what the fuck their name is. And he came back home and he was flustered. He was really flustered. And he wouldn't talk to me. He kept fucking leaving over and over again, walking around, over and over again, walking around, coming back, walking around, coming back, walking around, coming back. And finally you could hear him, you could hear a wail, you could hear him wailing. And I drove around to see. The second time I went through, I seen him laying on the floor.
I don't know, how do you say you can hear when?
You could hear somebody screaming, help. When I seen him, he was bleeding everywhere. He was bleeding everywhere. I only found one hole in his leg. I don't know if there's another one, but I only found one.
And when you say he was walking around, what was he walking around? His neighborhood or just a certain place?
I don't know if it was just in the same place or if it was all around the neighborhood. I don't know. The last time I saw him before this, it was about 30, 45 minutes.
And where was he?
When I found him, exactly where he was. Walking. I saw him walking this way.
Do you know the friend's name that he was with? No, I don't. What did they look like? He just left in a white van. Is he breathing? No, is he breathing? You said you tell me what van was it? I don't fucking know. It's just a white van. I don't know. I don't know. It was a white van.
Miss Ada, I hope to see you tomorrow. If everything calms down.
All right, bye though.
How many friends was he with? Can you please come over here, please? Yes. I know. If you come and give me information, I love this. Yes. 5, 6, 11. 6. Yeah. Yeah. So those are those off of the first. Just take it on tape. Just give us a few minutes. There's people with him right now. I don't even go over it. Mom, so please take it on tape. What is the need for me to go over there? There's already people over there. Please go behind the tape. What's the name of anything else? We'll let you know. We'll try to get out of there. Can you please just see if he's breathing, please? I need you to listen to me. Please go behind the tape.
Now, they're watching your body on camera. When you were speaking with the defendant, did she know at this point in time who the victim was?
Yes.
And did she tell you about the relationship?
Yes.
Did you learn about the victim's job at that time through your conversation with her?
Yes, she said he was a truck driver.
And did you understand what the defendant meant when she said, he's not into that shit?
No.
Now, what did you do after you had this conversation?
At this point, I went over to Officer Nicholson, who was the primary officer on scene that day. I handed him the information that I gathered from the defendant, the victim's name and information. I gave it to him, and then I don't know if you can hear on the radio, there was quite a few calls pending, so I started to head out to where my vehicle was to go, handle the other calls. And I think on the way back, I spotted like a trail of blood, and I had to come back and advise him again. And then after that, I left.
So you noticed a trail of blood. How much blood was it?
It was a lot.
Now, where exactly do you remember this by, that blood?
From the alleyway, and I kind of followed it in between two vehicles where there's about two like puddles of blood there.
Do you notify anyone?
Yes, I spoke to Officer Edwards, and I advised him of it. And then, like I said, I had to go back to answer, to help out with the other calls that were pending on the city.
Now, do other officers that are responding there with you have body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
I'm now showing defense what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1H. Now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body-worn camera?
Yes.
Is it your body-worn camera, though?
No.
But did you see yourself on there?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what you saw and what you were doing on June 25th, 2022? Your Honor, state moves to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1H into evidence at this time.
State Exhibit 1H, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 5, Judge.
And how long is it? So we just have a preview of what to expect.
Yes, Your Honor, 2 minutes. Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 5?
I'm trying to watch and make sense of what I'm seeing on screen.
Oh, the way it's going that way? Like a last. That photo there, the way it's flat? The way it's like full? No, not full, bro. It's flat. Like your mom's flat. Now it's coming in an angle type shit. It's not like these, you know, that's just right straight down. We're supposed to be on the front.
So, what did we just see you there doing?
We were following the trail of blood, and then we located in between the vehicles a couple different puddles of blood.
Now, we heard a little bit of conversation regarding splatter. Are you a blood expert or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, so you were just speaking out loud about what you observed, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what exactly were your roles then throughout this entire investigation?
I was just assisting. My role mainly was to gather the information from the defendant and the information that I could gather for the victim, and then once I was able to grab that, like I said, I had to end up leaving to go assist with the other calls that were pending in the city.
So you completed your role and then you left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this wasn't your investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were just doing your job?
Correct.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Any cross-examination? No, Your Honor. Okay, so there's no cross-examination. You can step down.
Yes, Your Honor. State call Detective Suyapa Hubbard.
Hubbard?
Yes. Hubbard?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Do you mind please stating your name for the record?
My name is Suyapa Hubbard.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a deputy sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
I have been a deputy sheriff for 16 years.
So, what is your current assignment with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned to the Homicide Bureau as a homicide detective.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
5 years.
Now, within those 5 years, do you receive any type of specialized training or have to do any training?
Yes.
What exactly is it?
Well, it's investigating, learning how to investigate homicides. There's different aspects of deaths and how to identify and collect evidence and how to do that properly.
So, were you working as a homicide detective on June 24th and 25th of 2022?
Yes.
And how exactly did you first get involved here in this case with Ms. Link?
So we work as a team concept and my team was on call. I received a phone call that a homicide had taken place and I was requested to respond and assist with the investigation.
So you just said you work as a team.
Yes.
What do you mean? How do homicide detectives work as a team? What do you guys do?
How it's organized, there's a sergeant assigned, and then you have a team of either 3, 4, or 5 detectives that work together each investigation.
Now, are you guys given specific roles or are you all the lead in this?
No. Typically, the sergeant will assign a detective within that team as the lead. So the lead then will assign the other detectives different tasks.
Did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
I did, yes.
Now, that's in Homestead, and you said you're with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. How do you get called out to Homestead?
Because there's certain jurisdictions within Miami-Dade County that do not have a homicide team. Therefore, there's an agreement between the Sheriff's Office and those municipalities. And so we go in and we investigate homicides that happen within
That's called a memorandum of understanding.
those jurisdictions.
Now, this address that you responded to, is that in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
So, around what time did you arrive to the scene?
I arrived at the scene at 6:18 in the morning on Saturday.
And when you arrived, was the victim already determined to be deceased?
Yes.
Okay. So when you first get to the scene, who do you speak with first?
Well, I made contact with my sergeant, Jason Wade.
What exactly did you learn from your conversation with your sergeant?
My sergeant then indicated that Detective Joseph Cruz was going to be assigned as the lead detective for this case.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Detective Cruz?
Yes.
And did he give you any specific tasks or assignments?
Yes. Detective Cruz requested that I document and work with crime scene, with the scene portion of the scene of the investigation, and also to document the body.
Okay. So you said your task is to document, but what specifically are you documenting?
I'm documenting the scene, so taking note of everything specifically of evidentiary value within that scene, and to determine how big that scene is, and just note everything that's in there.
So in order to document the scene, do you ever have to do a walkthrough of the entire area, or?
Yes, so preliminarily, once the crime scene detectives arrive, we're gonna work together to make sure that we don't miss anything. And we at first do a walkthrough through the scene.
And what did you learn from your walkthrough?
Well, that there was blood throughout quite an extensive scene, which started on the west side of the duplex. So the duplex that we were responding to is 1237. Just to the north of that, attached to that structure, is another duplex, which is 1255. There was a large tree just west of that entrance to 1255, and that tree had blood on the exposed roots. So once I see that that's my starting point for where I see blood. Then following the trail, I follow that trail towards the southern part in between that structure of duplexes and another structure of duplexes that are just west of the 1237 and 1255. There was a large concrete pad. In that concrete pad, there's 3 sets of droplets, and they are traveling west and south. From that pad, there's also a concrete walkway that exits out to the southern part of those other set of duplexes on the west side. There was vehicles there. I followed the blood trail through those vehicles. There was 3 vehicles parked from east to west. There was a white pickup, there was a gray SUV, and then there's a green pickup. In between the gray SUV and the green pickup, there was blood. Specifically, I saw a lot of blood on that passenger door of the green pickup and on like the step up, on a step that's on the outside of that pickup truck. The blood trail then follows west into a grassy area. That grassy area is on the west side of the west structure of duplexes. I follow that blood trail towards an alleyway that's on the north side. There's a vehicle right before you enter the alleyway. That vehicle also had blood. I follow the trail then now into the alleyway, and just west of the trail, I observed the victim's body covered with a yellow tarp.
Now, I'm now showing defense what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1C. It is, I have State's Exhibit 3 here, as well as C. Do you recognize this image and the second image?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the property that you were just describing?
Yes.
Your Honor, statement was to introduce what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 1C into evidence.
State Exhibit 1C, marked for identification, now becomes State Exhibit 6.
And Your Honor, permission for the detective to stand?
Yes. Just like with the other witness, as high as possible, so both sides of the video can see.
Yes, Your Honor.
For reference, what's been introduced in evidence will go back in with you into the witness.
Now, detective, where exactly did you start following this blood trail? If you could just mark it for the jury.
Okay. There's this large tree here, and then these are the duplexes that I was referring to. So I started the blood trail. I noticed I started here at the roots of this tree.
Yeah.
What would you like me to do?
You can mark up the circle. And then where did you finish following the blood trail to?
Here, the vehicles that I was telling you. So there's this concrete pad here. We go through here. This is that green pickup where I saw a lot of the blood. Then the trail goes on this grassy area along the west side. Following this other vehicle where I told you I saw blood. And then this is the entrance to the alleyway. So following this, all the way to under these trees here, that's where the box was.
Thank you. So, when you said you arrived to where the body was located, you saw that it was covered in a yellow blanket.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it's to preserve the evidence and preserve the body and to give respect to that deceased person as well.
Can you tell us a little bit about the body?
Yes. The victim's body was supine on the ground, and there was a gunshot wound to the right thigh,
What do you mean by supine?
face up. He was laying face up.
Now, the gunshot wound was left or right thigh?
Right.
Do you have to, as you had said, you're documenting the scene and the body, so what does that mean? What are you doing with the body then?
I have to examine the body, touch the body, take the clothing so it can be documented. If we see any defects on it, that gets also documented along with crime scene. So they'll be taking photographs of everything that I'm showing them. So also of the wounds, we document the wounds with a photograph, and I also take notes and document it for my report.
Okay. What was the victim wearing then when you were observing the body?
So the victim had on a gray tank top, black shorts, black underwear, black socks, and black shoes with a white sole.
Can you describe the condition of the clothes?
The clothing was blood soiled, and like the shorts had, hole where the gunshot wound went through, and it was wet and soiled.
So after you document this and make all your observations, what's the next step in your investigation?
After that, I coordinate with the medical examiners, and they're going to take the body to the medical examiner's department for a autopsy. And after that, I assist with whatever else is next to do in the scene or with the case. In this case, I interviewed an individual by the name of Joel Gramajo Perez.
Okay, and who was Joel Gramajo Perez?
A neighbor.
Now, after you speak with this neighbor, do you document this conversation?
I did, yes.
And where does that lead you to next?
So after I conclude that interview with him, I assisted with a search warrant and a search by K-9 detective Victor Gill.
Okay. So let's break that up. We have two separate things there. You're executing a search warrant. What are you doing? What are you looking for? What's the goal of that?
The search warrant was of the 1237 Northwest 14th Street. And the goal of that is to collect more evidence, see what else we can find in there that can help us piece together the events that took place and that led to the victim's death.
Did you locate anything inside the home then, you and your fellow officers?
Yes.
What did you discover?
There was a Ring camera that was collected.
Now, after all those observations and executing the warrant, you had mentioned that there's a K-9 unit as well too.
Yes.
Did you call that K-9 unit, or were they just helping you on the scene?
I don't recall if it was myself personally that called them, but they do get called out to all of our homicide investigations, especially those that involve guns, shootings. They have a dog that is trained to detect ballistic evidence. So whether it's a gun, a bullet, a spent casing. That's what they do. They're pretty good.
Okay. But you're not the one that's handling the canine, you're just observing?
Correct. I just happen to be on scene, but that is something that is completely done by the canine detective and his canine.
Okay. If they locate anything, do they inform you?
Yes,
Did they locate anything?
they did. So Detective Bill told me that the dog hit on.
It's the same.
Without,
He's gonna ask another question.
without telling us the contents, did you see him locate anything?
Yes, a gun was located inside an areca palm in front of or west of 1237.
Okay. Was it on someone else's property?
No,
Okay, that palm tree was then on whose property then?
it's just west of the front door of 1237 Northwest 14th Street.
Now, after you accompanied the detective that located that, what did you do next?
Okay, so once we have a gun, it gets documented with crime scene, like everything else that we document together. So it's photographed and then it gets impounded so that it can get further testing on it. After that, I made notification to the victim's family.
And is that something that you have to do as part of every homicide investigation?
Yes,
And who did you notify?
I spoke to the victim's father.
Now, did you do anything else on Saturday, June 25th, 2022?
No,
When's the next time that you get back involved with this investigation again then?
the very next morning, I returned back to the scene.
Now, what do you do when you're back on the scene?
Well, I requested for another canine detective to respond to conduct a secondary search for ballistic evidence.
Why is it important then to do a secondary search then?
So as the investigation evolves, we learn more information. In this case, we learned the defendant said that the shooting took place on the east side of 1237 Northwest 14th Street, which would be the rear side of that duplex. Therefore, we need to go and look for evidentiary, anything of evidentiary value at that point, more specifically casing or anything of ballistic value.
Okay. Is this the same canine unit from the day before, or is this a new canine unit?
No, this is a different canine unit.
So, did that canine unit locate anything? Because I know you had mentioned the first one had found a firearm, but did this unit find anything?
No, that their search yielded negative results. There was nothing else found.
Did any of the canine units find any type of shell casing of a bullet?
No.
So after this secondary search with another canine unit, where do you go next?
Well, I had right before we call them, they have to come out. So there was a gap of time. I went and accompanied one of my team members, Detective Morales, to go view a surveillance camera that we had found.
What did you see in that footage?
In that footage, at 3:13 in the morning, the victim is observed on the alleyway. Shortly after that, the defendant's vehicle is observed driving from west to east on the alleyway. Then at 3:21, that vehicle approaches from the west towards the east, and the victim's body is laying on the ground. The defendant exits the vehicle, runs towards where the victim is, goes back to the vehicle, and then returns back to where the victim is and starts tending to the victim.
And you saw that video footage firsthand?
Yes, I did.
So, after you review that footage, is it your job then to collect that video footage?
No,
Okay, someone else's job then.
correct.
So, where does your investigation then go next?
Then after that I saw the video, then I went and made contact with the other canine detective. After I do that, I went back to try to make contact with the victim's mother.
And did anything else happen on Sunday, June 26th of 2022?
No,
Was that the end of your investigation?
no. I continued to look for leads. I did an area canvas, basically go door to door to talk to all the neighbors. I also went back to talk to the victim's family. There was an individual, and all we had was that his name was Kevin. But we wanted to interview him because I learned that the victim had spent some time with Kevin right before he got killed. So I wanted to know the specifics of that. And I also knew that there was a woman that went to look for the victim, and then the victim left, and that was the last time that Kevin saw the victim alive.
So you didn't know Kevin's name last name at first, correct?
I did not.
Did you eventually find it out?
Yes,
And what was his full name then?
Kevin Bonilla.
Okay. So overall, did you do anything else in this investigation?
No,
So then, one last time, what exactly was your role then in this homicide investigation?
to document and process the scene and the body. I also interviewed a neighbor. I then talked to the victim's family, and I also conducted an area canvass of all of the houses within the area so that I can speak to anyone, and basically just looking for any witnesses that can help us piece this together.
Your Honor, a moment to confer.
That's her job, folks. Hello, Luca. Nice to see you, beloved. We're so glad to have you in here. It's kind of gotten a little quiet in here. We got a lot of different trials and stuff going on.
Just there's no further questions at this time.
I think they'll probably take a break after her. It's 2:17 their time.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, I think your testimony was that Joseph Cruz was the lead detective in this case, correct?
Correct.
Were you working under him, or were you his co-lead? I mean, what was your role specifically in this case?
As I stated before, he was a lead, yes, and he tasked me with the scene and the body portion of the case.
Okay. Other than the specific task that you yourself performed, or as one of the detectives, you're privy to the rest of the information of that investigation, correct?
Yes,
Now, Detective Cruz at some point interviewed Ms. Link, correct?
yes,
Were you present for that interview?
I was not.
You were not. Can you tell us whether or not any of Mr. Jimenez's belongings, clothes, personal effects, things of that nature, whether there were any of such items in that home on that night?
I don't recall. You would have to ask the detective that took the lead on that search. I was just merely assisting.
And I intend to, but as somebody who's privy to all the details of the investigation, as you sit here right now, are you saying that you're not able to tell us whether or not Pedro Jimenez had any belongings in this home, which the state has claimed was his home at that time?
No, I cannot answer that. I was not tasked with that documentation.
Thank you. No further questions.
I'm sorry. In New York?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Detective, you're not the one that's personally executing the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
There are other officers that have that role?
That's correct.
Okay. And your main job was to document just the items associated with the actual homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just because you don't remember what was found inside the home doesn't mean stuff was found inside the home, correct?
Correct. That's why we work as a team, because it's a lot of information and we want to capture everything and be extremely detailed. So that's why we have to divide the tasks to make sure that everything is done correctly.
And that was not your task, correct, to search inside the home and document that?
That's correct.
Attorney stated no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Y'all, if you guys love to know what world, sometimes I'll do World Day, whatever. Today is Happy World Octopus Day. World Octopus Day. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have a little palate cleanse and go back over here and see what
Murder trial for defendant Bianca Ellis. Prosecutors say that she followed victim Margot Wood and her 3-year-old Julian out of a grocery store in North Olmsted, Ohio, and attacked them in a parking lot. Julian suffered fatal stab wounds while his mother was injured. She did survive, testified in trial. It's hard, yeah, but she did it, obviously. This is not a case of whodunit. She's guilty of taking the life of a 3-year-old. Now, what to do with her, that's up to the jury. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We're about to see some surveillance video of the defendant being booked into the North Olmsted jail.
Pressing play. Stopping at 3 seconds. Who is on the screen?
That is looks like the defendant.
Just a couple things. What's the exhibit 206?
Yes.
Very good. And how long is 206?
It is 19 minutes in total, Your Honor. I'm not playing more than a minute and a half.
Thanks so much. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, from this perspective, officer, who do you see on the screen?
The defendant and the corrections officer that was on duty that day.
And do you recognize the defendant in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, I'll note the stipulation from Mr. Mack that Ms. Ellis will be recognized and identified by this witness. Thank you.
Continue play 6 seconds. Now, officer, is this before or after you pat Ms. Ellis down?
This is before.
Okay. So you had not yet encountered her?
No.
Okay. And where do you pat down inmates at North Olmsted?
For myself, this is the first one I've done in this situation since I've been in North Olmsted. So I chose once you get out of this room, there's a small, you can see on the camera, there's a small hallway there, and the cells are on your right.
Okay.
So we went into the cell area, and once we were in that area, that's when I did the pat-down search in there.
All right. I'm going to let that play while I just ask you a couple questions about that. When you bring the defendant back into that area you just described, do you have any conversation with her?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
I explained to her that I was going to be taking her items of clothing from her.
I'm going to stop for just a minute. So either you're going to pause or move or talk, because I have some jurors watching and not paying attention.
Understood.
So,
I'll stop the video.
thank you.
Please tell us about the conversation that you had with the defendant.
I explained to her that I was going to be taking her clothing and that I was going to, pat her down, I asked her if she had any guns, weapons, or knives on her. She didn't verbally say anything to me at that point. All she did was look at me like she was very angry. And she's handcuffed at this time too as well.
All right, so did she make any indication to you that were responsive to the questions that you asked?
No, not verbally at that point. She did comply with walking into that room as I had directed her to.
Okay.
She seemed, in my opinion, like she understood because she did what I told her to do.
Okay. We'll jump ahead to about 3 minutes here. Okay. 3 minutes on the screen, officer. Do you see yourself in this video?
I do.
Okay. And where are you located in this video?
Right in front of the desk.
And who are you talking to?
A sergeant.
I'm the only other female. I'm the female officer. Really? Wow.
And you have gloves on, yes?
Correct.
Why is it important to have gloves?
Because of the evidence I was going to be taking from her and for officer safety.
And at this point, were you going to be changing her into different attire? Providing her with different clothing?
I'm sorry?
Were you going to be providing her with different clothing after performing this?
Yes.
pat-down? All right.
All right, let's get a commercial break first. Check back in with Josh Schiffer. Overall, do you notice anything that, I mean, if you're a juror, what are you looking for as trying to evaluate this right after the incident?
My eyes in that video just go to the defendant just sitting there and rocking, sitting on that bench. And when you've spent so much time that being in these incarcerated conditions is normal, that's the kind of behavior that sticks out. Because I don't think she's really oriented as to time, place, what's going on in her life. I think that she's still under whatever the psychotic break that she was experiencing. I really look forward to this illustrative testimony because this is how the jury really is gonna get the best look into what happened at that moment. Where was her mind immediately after this horrific crime? And that's where it's gonna be tough for them to sit down and apply a complicated law to the worst kind of facts. No one wants to feel that they didn't do justice on behalf of a brutally murdered little baby.
Prisons are dumping grounds for the mentally ill on many levels, but have they over the decades morphed into being treatment facilities, and can prisoners get proper treatment?
That's really interesting you raise it. My brother's the chief psychologist of a major Midwestern state sex offender program, state level director, and talking about what happens with mental health in conjunction with the criminal justice universe is a national conversation we desperately need to have. All of our institutions are closed. Everything that the government used to do to protect the community while also providing levels of service to the needy, we shut them down and we replace them with prisons who aren't equipped, and that's not their mandate to heal. And I hope that we continue to see some more mental health-based reform. We're seeing that on the front line with non-arrest services being deployed for 911. But this is the core problem with our prisons right now, mental health.
Absolutely. Josh Schiffer, thank you, as always. When we come back, we're going to head to Wisconsin. Caught in the crossfire murder trial. Stay with us.
See, what bothers me with this case is we're not getting very much when it comes to trial. Let me zoom.
Is Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson with a look at the case against Parise Larry.
Parise Larry is facing a potential life sentence for a deadly shooting that happened when he was 14 years old. Larry was charged as an adult, along
puff of dirt that went up in the air.
Let's see here. I didn't want him to die, actually. He's my buddy, but like...
His brain's not developed. Also,
I want to see this part. Let's watch.
23. Then most recently in April of 2025, her attorney from April withdrew after she lunged at him, and now she's back with the attorney that represented her originally at her murder trial. She attacked him, but they have a good relationship. Let's go to court, but before, let's take a look back at how we got here.
Well, they found a kind of disturbing stuff at the house there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of blood. Basically Shed's head. Yeah.
I'm terrible at explaining things, so let's see here. I didn't want him to die, actually. He's my buddy, but like it happened.
Do you feel a need to try to help him? Stop choking him or get an ambulance? You didn't feel a need to do that?
I don't know why. It happened so fast.
So then after you realized he was no longer really dead, his face was purple, he said blood's going out of his mouth. What'd you do?
Clean him up a little bit. And then, I just played with him.
You said play with him, what do you mean?
Play with his
Yeah.
like I put him up over the bed, and then
Was it erect? Did you?
Even.
What did you do with his hands?
I put it on.
So all of a sudden, the chain went around his neck. How come? I'm just trying to get it.
He likes it.
Alright.
I was gonna walk him like a dog.
And he wanted that?
I have no idea what I was gonna do it anyway. You ever love something so much that you kill it? Like it happens to me, that's the feeling that I have. I love something so much that I kill it. Like, I love it so much and then I kill it. I'm getting angry at myself. Very angry at myself.
Are you gonna take the hit somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it? How did you dismember his body?
Knives.
With what?
Knives.
Knives? Just more than one knife?
Nobody's armed? Nobody's armed. You sure?
You weren't sure?
No. It was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good.
Really?
I use what I use. So like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so. Like, I don't even know. Like, I'm like, yeah.
Okay. Ooh, it brings back some creepy memories of Taylor Schabusiness over the years here on Court TV. So she's back in court today. We couldn't show it live, but we have it now. So let's go in and watch this hearing play out, see what happens.
I love the chair wall.
This stupid fucking chair. Oh my gosh.
Well, at least this time she can't attack her attorney, which she's been known to do. Lucas, it sounds like you drove halfway across Texas. That is halfway.
Do I need to go tell them we're ready?
I know.
We did? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I can read it.
Did you see
The court will call 24 CF 1048 State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Business appearances.
This date appears by Assistant District Attorney Tessa Button.
Good morning. Attorney Christopher T. Furlick appears today in person with the defendant, Taylor D. Business.
All right, this matter is set for a status con.
Well, of course it's unavailable. What the hey? What? Okay, I guess the other one is out of no longer in our world of okay. Here we go.
I'm sorry, is he an officer? No, Judge. He's a firefighter. Firefighter, Judge. Yes. But he wasn't, not on the scene.
Well, it looks like they won for today.
You sound swear firm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Cisneros.
Mr. Cisneros, what do you do for a living?
I'm a firefighter paramedic,
And what department do you work for as a firefighter?
City of Miami,
How long have you been a firefighter?
22 years.
And where do you currently live?
1300 Northwest 15th Street in Homestead, Florida.
How long have you lived in the Homestead area?
All my life since I was a child, that particular residence since 2000.
Now, I want to direct your attention to June 25th, 2020.
FYI, that video is like totally gone down. It's not even there. You can't even find it anymore. OMG, y'all. That is weird. That's kind of creepy weird. Why is this not working? There we go. Oh, okay, I'm fixing my thing. All right, there we go.
Were you working that night?
I was working on that.
Around what time would you say you got home that night?
I get off shift about 7:30, so it takes me about 45 minutes to get home, so about 8:15, 8:20.
So you got home 8:15, 8:20 on June 25th, the morning of June 25th?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And as you were getting home, approaching your neighborhood in Homestead, did you see anything?
On 15th Street, which is also 304th Street, as I'm approaching my house, there's an elementary school, and then there's 12th Avenue. I did see a big police presence down that side street. And then, but yeah, to answer the question, I did see a lot of police presence.
You mentioned you saw a lot of police presence. Did the police ever try and go speak to you at your house that morning?
Yes, they did later in the morning.
Why did they go speak to you?
They, I believe I'm not mistaken, it was initially a Homestead police officer, because they did notice that my cameras in the back of my residence One of them does point towards the alleyway that's behind my property.
You mentioned that you have a camera in the back of your residence that points towards the alleyway.
Yes.
How close is your house to that alleyway, would you say?
My backyard is very small. My property line, it's from the back of my house to the property line or the fence is about 5 feet. I pretty much don't have much of a backyard. So the camera does, it's not really intended to look into the alleyway, but it does see some aspects of the alleyway.
So it's close to that alleyway?
Yeah, it's very close.
And how many cameras do you have in total in your house?
I want to say I have 7.
What type of cameras are they?
Digital. They're hardwired. They're not internet connected cameras. They digitally records to a digital video recorder that's inside my house.
If I were to show you, Mr. Cisneros, a photo taken of the scene of your house that shows those cameras facing that alleyway, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Now directing court counsel and witness to what has been previously marked as 1I. Let the record reflect that I show defense counsel. Judge, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Cisneros, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is that photo of?
That is the back of my house.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the back of your house on June 25th, 2022?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I now move into evidence what has been previously marked as 1I.
Thank you. So you-
State exhibit 1I, marked for identification, now becomes state exhibit 7, Judge.
Permission to publish, Judge, to the jury. Now, Mr. Cisneros, were your cameras recording that night?
Yes, they were.
And did the officers that came to your house, you mentioned they wanted access to that camera?
Yeah. Initially the Homestead police officers asked if they were working, and I did let them know they were. And then later on, I believe Dade County detectives showed up, and they wanted to see the footage, and I allowed them into my house, and we reviewed the footage of that night.
So you mentioned detectives came to your house to see the footage. How many detectives came to see that footage?
If I recall correctly, it was a female detective and a male detective. Unfortunately, sorry, I don't know their, forgot their names.
No worries. Did you show them the footage?
Yes, we went over together. I was standing next to them when we saw what they were looking for, what they wanted to look for.
Were you standing next to them the entire time that that footage was playing?
Yes.
What did you see in that footage that you reviewed with the detectives that day, Mr. Cisneros?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, best evidence.
Sustained.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
Sidebar. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. They don't want to get this out. I'm not happy with the way she did my nails. They painted on the white tips, which I don't like, but I'd never been there before, and I thought, oh, I'll give them a chance. And what I don't like about when they paint them on is sometimes they start getting a little bubbly. If you know what I mean, they get little pivots in it, and then they start turning brown or things settle in those pits. And I'm very, very clean about my nails. I have never had a fungus infection. So Lucas, I don't know if you're still with us, but if I was you, I'd be asleep. Where and what were you doing to be going 9 hours? That is a long drive. That would be like going from me to El Paso is 8 hours, 8.5. So, or going to Louisiana. I'm kind of very central Texas. So for me, it would be doing a lot of I ams. Can I ask what you were doing driving for 9 hours? I mean, that's a whole lot of driving, boo. That is a whole lot of driving. Ah, that's horrible. I hope you get paid for the gas and the drive time. Okay, let me get this quote back on.
All right, adjourned.
I don't know what happened to Court TV. I lost their feed and it has not reemerged. That was strange. They have her video for day 1 and day 2, but they don't have the others. I'm looking, y'all. We need day 3. And nope, no day 3. So let's see if I can zoom this. It looks like they are in their afternoon break, although it does look by the movement of the camera they're coming back.
It looks like they are, if the state can lay the foundation of how this evidence is quote unquote not available at this time. I don't know if you're gonna be able to get into this witness.
I am, Judge.
He's gonna say what?
So if I can proffer to the court, this witness will testify that he was present when the detectives tried to remove the DVR to then take it to recording, but within that process, it got destroyed. This witness will testify to that.
Oh, how convenient.
You can lay the foundation, it seems like we can get it in, meaning what he saw, which is substantively, evidence. His
Yes, Judge.
observations.
Yes.
Instead of the actual surveillance from his, video system, right?
Yes, Judge, he saw this video.
Okay. Do you want to object or do you want to be heard?
I want to hear the witness about what happened with the technical issues.
So why don't we bring in?
I have to tap the dust off of it.
We actually, have him testify in front of the jury, like a cleaner way to do that.
And Judge, I will preference that defense can voir dire this witness. However, the court is aware that we have 2 witnesses, one being an expert in the DVR process who will best describe and will testify how exactly this video got destroyed.
Yeah, but you want him.
Understood, Judge.
Hold on, you want him to testify before these other 2, right?
Yes.
So if I understand your proffer, he's not only gonna lay the foundation for this quote unquote missing evidence, he's also going to tell us what the evidence is, right?
Yes, Judge.
So why don't we call the other 2 witnesses maybe before, or maybe call him after those 2 witnesses? It sounds like you wanna lay the foundation. Additionally, you wanna lay additional foundation with those 2 other witnesses, right? Regarding his home surveillance?
Yes.
So are they outside?
No, Judge, they're not outside right now.
Why don't we bring him back in? And then we'll give the defense an opportunity to go back.
Danny Morales is outside, but Zuleika Fernandez, who's the video forensic retrieval expert, is testifying tomorrow.
So, but you guys believe that based on his testimony today, you can lay the foundation to get the substance
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him in.
Go ahead and spoil it. Spill the beans. What happened? I'm okay with it. Thanks for asking before doing it, though. That saved a lot of frustration. I appreciate you doing that. So tell me what happened. Even better if you got a link, post a link and I'll put it up.
understand, Mr. Cisneros, thank you. Okay, state one, lay the foundation, or Mr. Tomas, you want to go before the state court, or you want to authorize it? Do that before the state court.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
So, first off, tell me about this camera system that you have.
It's a little on the older side. It's a digital video recorder. All the cameras are hardwired to it. Like I mentioned before, none of them transmit. There's no Wi-Fi access to them direct to each camera. All the recordings go to a digital video recorder.
So the cameras are, these are hardwired cameras, they're a little older.
Yeah,
They all transmit what they record to a DVR machine, right?
yeah, through a wire, not through
Through a wire.
signal, yeah.
Through a wire. DVR machine is in your home, I presume?
Yes,
Did the police take the DVR machine at some point?
yes, because they attempted to download the image that they wanted at my house, but they couldn't do it for whatever reason. So the forensics personnel from Dade County took the DVR to their lab. But in the process, unfortunately, the video was gone.
Well, you weren't present when that happened, right?
No.
You don't know how the video became destroyed or deleted?
No, I mean, I can only speculate, but
No, I don't want you to speculate.
no, in the process from them taking the DVR to their lab and they had it for some time. I can't give you an exact timeline, maybe a few weeks.
Did you get it back?
They returned it.
Right. So when you got it back, was it working?
Yeah, it still worked. Just that whatever it does record, it's just that for whatever reason, I guess when it was without power for so long, the hard drive just it doesn't hold the memory.
When you got it back, were any of the old videos still on it?
No, there was nothing on it. The memory was blank.
So before the police took it from your home, the DVR, it had footage from
Yes.
that day and before,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
None of that footage was available on the DVR when you got it back, correct?
No.
All right. Now, you're not able to say whether the machine deleted it on its own or whether it was deleted by somebody else?
No, I can't.
I want to pause, and let the send on there.
Is that bandage or a tattoo? I believe that's a tattoo, y'all. She
So I want to back up a little bit. You said that you played this video for some police officers and you stood there with them while they watched.
Yes.
Now, when they were watching it, is it on, do you have a monitor that's just for playing the different camera angles?
My main TV in my living room, that's where the digital video recorder is located adjacent to it. So I can't see the cameras through that, my TV.
All right, and how many different cameras are there?
There's 7.
7. So on that one TV, you can see 7 different screens, correct?
Yes.
And you watched this with how many other officers?
I want to say initially I if I'm not mistaken, I did show it to the first Homestead police officer that arrived. And then some time later in the day, the two detectives from Dade County arrived and I showed them the same thing.
Okay, so you showed it to a Homestead police officer first. Is that a uniformed officer?
Uniformed officer, yeah.
Did he have a body worn camera?
I don't
You have a
know.
little box that looked like a camera on his chest?
I can't recall.
Can you tell me what his name was?
No.
Okay. So you did that first, and then you did it with two other officers?
Yeah, to the Dade County detectives. They were in like office style with plain clothes.
Plainclothes detectives?
Yes.
Did they have any body worn camera or other type of recording device?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. But it did play, correct?
Yes, it did play.
So at what point did you learn that it wasn't working, or did you not learn that?
Not that day, because the forensics team actually arrived to my house because they wanted to download it directly, but they just, for whatever reason, they couldn't download it right there, so they wanted to take the device to their lab. So, and that, like I mentioned before, in that process, in between taking it to the lab, the video that we saw was gone.
So it sounds like you viewed it on two occasions. The first occasion with one officer from Homestead and the second occasion with two detectives, correct?
Yes.
The first occasion with the Homestead officer, did he make any attempts to record it in any other way?
No.
Okay. And it was working fine as far as you know on that occasion?
Yes.
On the second occasion when there were two detectives, the video was working fine as far as you know, correct?
Yes.
Did those detectives make any efforts to record it at that juncture?
No.
No. So somebody picked it up, and when they left with it, as far as you knew at that time, was it working fine?
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with the video, it played fine?
Correct.
All 7 cameras were functional as far as you knew?
Yes.
Until the police took it and left your home?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago that they were trying to download it?
Yeah,
At your
because
house?
it does have a USB port,
Okay.
and which I'm not really tech savvy, so I don't know what the purpose of the USB port is, maybe to install an accessory device or something else. So I believe they tried to connect it that way to download the images. But like I said, the digital video recorder is an older model, so maybe the software, their software didn't integrate to the software in the digital video recorder.
So is it fair to say they tried to download it there, didn't work, so what, they said, we gotta take it with us?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all I have to.
Okay. So, you can step outside.
Okay.
So Judge, specifically, based on the TDR case, which I believe you already reviewed, they have to establish that it was lost or destroyed. I don't know what happened, and neither does he. So I need to hear from those other witnesses.
So, before he can testify about what he saw on that video, the foundation hasn't been able to, he hasn't connected the dots. Say, if you want to hear.
Yes, Judge, they would like to be heard. Judge, we heard testimony from the witness that said he showed the detectives this video. The detectives attempted to download the video. They couldn't download it. This witness also testified as to the age of the cameras. He said that they weren't new cameras, they were older cameras, that this streaming was connected through not a DVR or anything, it was connected to a cable, Judge. He also testified as to them trying to download it, it didn't work, therefore they took the DVR, and he testified when they got the DVR back, every single video, even the ones from before that night, were deleted, Judge. The state is arguing that that is sufficient to establish that this witness has knowledge that the contents that he's trying to testify to, that he saw simultaneously while watching that video, is enough that it got lost, destroyed under the exceptions to the best evidence rule 90.954.
He doesn't know what happened to it, and they need to establish that.
He does.
Hold on, we're not gonna argue about this. It's gonna be the state, can't go back.
No, Judge, I'm gonna make the argument. He does, and he's testified. I know she is, but as the lead prosecutor on the case with the most knowledge about this case, I can speak to what every single witness in this case is going to testify to. I have the utmost respect for Ms. DeLeon, that's why she's the second chair on this case. But again, I've been preparing this case a lot longer. He does, and he's testified he knows what happened to it. When he got it back, it didn't exist. They tried to download it. It was retrieved by an expert. They tried to download it. They couldn't. They took it, and then it was gone.
Was it corrupted in front of him or destroyed?
It,
lost in front of him?
that doesn't matter.
So
What?
you use the words maybe, I guess.
But again, with the court, we're conflating issues on whether or not so 9954 says in order for this to be admissible, it can be destroyed, they can talk about it, so long as it is not made in bad faith. There is nothing that defense can bring up to say that this is bad faith, that it was destroyed in bad faith. He is absolutely able to testify about what his observations were, and then I can bring in my expert tomorrow. I've already spoken to her on the phone. She's planning on testifying tomorrow. She will be my first witness called if I need to, and everything she can testify to about it being downloaded, it getting corrupted, it not being able to play, those things will come in. So we can subject it to link up, but he is absolutely able to testify to all of this now and his actual observations.
So doesn't have personal knowledge of that faith. You may have to call him again.
We are.
You may get to where you want, you just can't get it.
Well,
What he testified
right.
to now.
So then we have to stop today, now. We're gonna stop his testimony. We're gonna have to bring in Zuleika Fernandez as our first witness, and then he will be recalled immediately. So we have to stop.
Unfortunately.
No, I'm just saying, I'm letting the court know this is.
Is there anything else you want to get into evidence with him today regarding laying the foundation?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna call him back in, he's gonna sit here, and then Ms. De Leon can either finish or follow up with any questions. I'll allow cross-examination, redirect if appropriate, and then he will just be dismissed for the day.
Sure.
Okay.
Judge, my questions were about the video, and that's all he was going to testify to, so I would just at this point say I have no questions for today.
You're gonna do the furniture?
Yes, no.
All right, so let's knock on the door, see if you're done the coffee, and start with that. No, stay on our. We need a couple. I'm good. No, I
All rise for the jurors. We're missing one judge.
All right, you can be seated, all jurors are for the defense.
Judge, at this time, the state has no further questions for this witness today.
So we have further questions for today, let's see if the defense has any cross-examination.
Am I possibly hearing a Spanish translation?
Little deja vu for you.
A little bit.
So, again, tell me about this camera system that you had in your house. How does it work?
They're hardwired, mounted on the exterior of my house. They all are hardwired to one digital video recorder that's in my living room.
So we're talking about 7 cameras that are connected to a wire. This wire goes to a DVR hard drive.
Yes.
And it all gets saved onto this DVR hard drive.
Yes.
And am I correct that you can view all 7 camera feeds at the same time on a screen? Correct?
Yes, you can. You could highlight each individual camera on the screen, but yeah, you can see all of them at the same time.
All right. Now, I'm not going to get into the contents. We're not going to talk about that right now.
Okay.
But as far as you know, on at least 2 occasions that the police went to your house to view this footage, it was working fine, correct?
Correct.
And other than the footage from the day in question, you had footage from other days on DVR as well, correct?
Yes. I can't give you an exact time span, but I think it's maybe like a month's worth of recordings that it can hold.
And it had about a month's worth of recording at the
Yes.
time?
Yes,
At some point, police took the DVR from you and they took it with them, correct?
correct.
At that point, when they took it out of your house, as far as you knew, all that footage was there and it was working fine, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, facts not in evidence. Outside the scope of the record.
Okay. Same, he's gonna ask another question.
You were able to view surveillance on 2 occasions before the police took the DVR, correct?
Objection, Judge, facts not in evidence outside the scope of the record.
Same, he's gonna ask another question.
At some point, you got your DVR back, correct?
Correct.
Objection, Judge, facts not in evidence.
Hold on, overruled.
At some point, you got your DVR back, right?
Yes.
How long after?
It's been so long. I want to say it was several weeks, maybe close to a month that they had it.
When you got the DVR back you got it back from the police?
Yes.
Was there any footage on the DVR when you received it back from the police?
No.
It was gone.
Yeah, it was gone.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Can you read it?
No regard for debate, Judge.
Your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next witness, please. Okay, so, I'm sorry, guys, can you go back and do your room?
All rise for the jury.
I know, that's what I was thinking. Wow. Okay. I was kind of thinking that myself. It's kind of a lot of objecting.
Thank you for seeing it. Would have appreciated that heads up, because I didn't know who was the last witness.
I told you. Why not?
I missed it. Did I miss Mr. Velasco, this was the last witness for the day?
We had more witnesses, but they were going to testify to what the court is saying. We cannot have them testify to.
Their observations was on.
Correct.
How many did you call today?
5 or 6.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we're going to be calling this witness, but.
I have 7 judges.
7. And you've already informed Mr. Velasco who you're gonna be calling in your case in chief?
More or less, yes.
So more or less, how many more?
I can't say definitively, but I would say if we called 7, I'd probably have another 12, 13. Mr. Moss and I were talking about whether or not the officer is going to testify. I still don't have an answer to that. It's up in the air at this point in time.
So 12, 13, can you do your best to get as many outside and ready to go tomorrow and Friday?
Yeah, so I've already spoken to Detective Morales, who's going to be here in the morning, Detective Fernandez, who I've been texting with. I know she has some childcare issues, but she's going to be the first witness we're going to call. We have to finish up with Mr. Cisneros as well. We'll have substantive testimony in the morning and then carry it on into the afternoon. We also have, there is our CSI officer has a doctor's appointment at 1:30, but we're going to do our best to get everything as well.
Because I think we could have done a lot more 2.5 hours of the day.
I agree with the court.
Okay. Having been on the receiving end of many witnesses that get upset at me, or else we try to try, you guys just have to deal with it. So get as many here tomorrow as possible. If they have to come back, because we don't get to them tomorrow, I'd rather them here than not here.
We really only have law enforcement left, and they're all pretty understanding.
But for example, the medical examiner, he's
He's,
not that far away.
right, he's already informed us of what his schedule is, and we're going to work around his schedule, and, Dr. Mathis is also pretty understanding.
Would it be possible to do most of the state's case in chief tomorrow and Thursday, and tomorrow and Friday?
I think we can get through the majority of it, yes.
Okay, and if we don't, it would leave maybe 1 or 2 witnesses for Tuesday.
Right, what day of the week, or I'm sorry, what day 14th then will be fine, we should be able to finish it. The only reason I ask is that the lead Dr. Mathis said he was unavailable on the 15th and 16th, but we'll, like I said, look around his schedule.
All right, so I'll just tell the jury, we're done early for today, and we'll have them come back tomorrow at the same time. All right, Mr. Demas, is that okay with you, the schedule?
Yes, sir.
So we can just stay behind and chat about a few things after the jury leaves. All right, so.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
All rise for the jurors. Your presence.
We're all seeking an account for jury attendance. So we're done a little early today.
I am so struggling, y'all.
We'll plan for the same thing tomorrow. Folks, 10:30 to 5:30. Just went over a few scheduling things with the lawyers. So we'll try to make, again, best use of our time, be as efficient as possible tomorrow and Friday. So please follow my instructions that I read to you earlier today and that I informed you before we went to lunch. Don't do any research about this case, don't look up anyone about this case, don't let anyone talk to you about this case. If you come across any violations of rules that we all went over today, please inform me and or Roberto, Avila. We'll give you instructions on where to meet him tomorrow, it'll probably be 34.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and he'll let you know, why don't you take your envelopes with you? You'll just hand it to him once you all meet together on the 3rd floor.
At what time do you want?
So we're gonna start at 10:30. I know Mrs. Smith, you have some issues with the ride. Well, so now that we know we're sort of in routine, we can probably plan better and differently tomorrow, right? Okay, so, thank you all, see you tomorrow.
All rise for the jurors.
We're done early. Yes. We're done early, y'all. Okay, so in this case, we have heard a lot of evidence and seen video. Not really seen the video evidence ourselves. We have seen or heard part of it. Let me see what they
The state asked, and I think it's appropriate. I think there was one officer getting cross-examined. I'm assuming that's based on strategy.
Yes.
I just want to make sure Ms. Link is in agreement with that. Okay. We still have a few days left. If there's anyone that wanted to be called, maybe the state's assistance or my assistance, with issuing subpoenas or getting folks in here, let us know, and we could try to get that accomplished. Is there anything that I need to take up before we come back tomorrow?
I think so, I would just ask what time it's starting, or what time should I have this here, I guess, is the other question.
It's my intention to bulldoze my way through my morning calendar, and if it means leaving cases on for trial, it's a sounding. Leaving cases on for trial for the sounding, I'm going to do it. If it means asking my colleagues to across from me, Judge Brinkley or Judge Hernandez, to take over my sounding, I will do so. I will be done with my sounding between 10 and 10:15.
How long you count?
It's about 35 pages.
Longer today.
Yeah, we have, some of the division prosecutors on the team, so I'm sure they heard that. I am doing the majority of the witnesses tomorrow as well as Friday. I have a sentencing for the frankly that I will get covered for, but I would like to stop and speak with the Mexican prior to that. I don't foresee an issue.
That's fine. So we need to let Mr. Rodriguez,
Ms. Polanco is on and so is Ms. Heath, but I'll text everybody and let them know.
Ms. Heath as well is on, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Heath is on. I'm sure she'll relay the message that we need to get through the sounding as efficiently as possible. Whatever I don't get done at 10:15, I can send to the first year. Understood. Thank you all. We'll see you all tomorrow at 10:15. Thank you, Victor. Thank you for clarifying who your picture is with Idalma. You're with Idalma, right?
Yes.
Yes, so in the future, just identify yourself fully. Otherwise, if I don't know who you are, and the way things are going these days, I'm not letting strange people into my courtroom, right?
I understand.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Kumar, you know Idalma, right? She's with the state attorney's office. She's been there for a long time. She's the witness coordinator on homicide cases.
Yes.
The young man is with her. He does watch trials from time to time. She does. Yeah, he does. So that's why he's allowed back in, because he could identify him.
All righty then. That is the end of our day today with this case. And I'm going to hop over real quick to the Shabizhnish case. She appeared in court for a short stint. Let me get that up and going. And then we're done.
Very dangerous person. We saw her act out in court. We now know that she's acting out in prison, and this is going to continue. And this is one of the questions, Julie, about the death penalty. What do you do with an individual who is just going to, for the rest of their life, well incarcerated, attack people, do harmful things to people? You know, she committed a very heinous crime to begin with. You know, where does this end? And she has life without parole, but she's going to continue to act out throughout her time while she's in prison.
Yes, that's a great point, Matt. Because we hear the expression that someone is a menace to society, and this woman definitely was while she was out walking free in society. Now she's a menace in the prison system. She really is. She's a problem. She's a danger to the guards, fellow inmates, her lawyers when they encounter her. She's a problem. And you're right, this is not a state that has the death penalty. Wisconsin doesn't have it. It wasn't on the table. As you noted, she's locked up for life. But, you know, a danger in lockup. I mean, she really is. And so I guess in the grand scheme of things, these charges wouldn't have changed anything for her situation. So perhaps everyone thought this is just better to dispose of this case, get her back in a place where we can continue to monitor her and not keep transporting her to court to fight this. So here we have it set for December the 1st, and we're going to work to get this video in so you can see her in this court appearance, again, about 10 to 15 minute appearance. Matt Mangino, thank you for weighing in on that. No trial coming up for Taylor Shabizhnish. That is the big news this morning. Wow.
Okay, no big trial. We're done. Taylor Shabizhnish, I think, personally, I think she may be doing some of this to get attention. I think it's her way of getting attention. Okay, so we have the Ellis trial first thing again tomorrow morning, and then we have this other trial, which the Link trial to Daisy Link. What's interesting about the Daisy Link trial is the fact that Daisy Link sat there and got herself pregnant in jail. In jail, y'all. She found one of the guys who found a way to contain his love potion and transport the love potion through the vents of the jail. And this woman became pregnant. They did do a DNA test. They do know which inmate is the father. The baby was born while she was incarcerated. The child is now with, I think, either her mother. I believe it's her mother, if I'm not mistaken. The child is with her mother. It was a little girl. And we don't need, some people want to know when the baby was born. And it was born in June. That's all we need to know. That baby has a right to privacy for the rest of her life. Doesn't matter who her mother is, her biological mother is. So anyway, so that is where we stand. So tomorrow, we will come in tomorrow refreshed and re-energized. I was so excited last night. I was getting ready to go to bed. My wonderful mod called me. Ada. I went, what? You know it's bad when it's 10 o'clock at night and your mod is calling you going, Ada. I'm like, no. And she said, we got court at 8 in the morning. I'm like, no, we do not. Yeah, we did. They did not have the time or anything set up when I was getting off on live yesterday. So unfortunately, y'all, I did not get the sleep I was hoping for. Although I did get good sleep. I will say that. I did get good sleep. I say that. All right. You guys do you know how amazing you are? Do you know how much you bless me every day? You do. You bless me so much. And I just am so stinking happy to have you guys as a part of my life. Even you, Luca. Kidding. Luca, you are a blessing. Okay, it's Mom. And hello, it's Britt Evelyn. And denying her trials might be interesting to see what she does next. Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see what she does next. I think business needs to just fade away. I'm surprised, actually, I expected more of this behavior to come from Miss Sarah Boone. And the fact that Miss Boone has been as quiet as she has relatively is freaking amazing. So the two trials we're going to be following tomorrow will be the Ellis trial. This is a very difficult trial because this is and if you see me kind of doing two things at once, I am trying to keep myself disengaged a little bit because I can't just step away from this. I'm the host. And sometimes seeing the picture of her walking around with a knife 20 times in a day can get a little triggering to me as well. I am human just like you guys. And this case with the child, and I hope I just didn't do something. The case with this little baby has kind of gotten to me a little bit. I've been a little more irritable. I've been a little triggered. But I do self-care, don't worry. And I have fabulous mods. We all kind of self-care together. Yeah, it's a very difficult case. And, on one hand, you have somebody who very well may legitimately be mentally insane, but at the same time, they unalived a 3-year-old child in the grocery store parking lot. It's just beyond me. So we have that. That is the Ellis trial. And then the You'll Be Fine Redrum trial of Daisy Link, where she shot and unalived her ex-husband and said, oh, he'll be fine. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm surprised they're not doing the insanity plea because of the comment she made. I don't get it. I guess we'll never wrap our minds around criminals like this, but it is always fun to try. All right, guys, you guys have been simply the best, and we're going to end early. It's 2:30 here. I may go to Bernie. I don't know. We'll see. I may go out and get me some sunshine. Yep, we'll see. All right, guys, y'all have a fabulous day. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early with the bells on. Till then, have a wonderful day. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.